innovative cooperative approach will be integrated into a cluster to satisfy a given demand for climate solution. Finally, all these things will be done to ensure that the solutions that will be identified or developed based on the innovation hub will be implemented on the ground, because most of the time what we are seeing is platforms that have a lot of solutions but that are never implemented. To ensure that we will not fall into that trap, we are developing solutions based on demand. So first, demand for climate solution, and this is that demand that actually trigger the development of a solution. And also by integrating financial solution with technology solution, we ensure that the solutions that will be identified will not face challenge related to access to finance. So this is actually how the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub would like to fill this loophole related to the use of innovation for climate. So what are we talking about here? The Innovation Hub will have two aspects. One is a digital platform where we will have this demand for climate solution, and then the solution with tools that will make the matchmaking and then the integration of the different solutions. It will have also a framework to measure the climate contribution of the different solutions, and also space to facilitate access to finance. So this is the digital part. And then we will have a physical part of the Innovation Hub, which is a pavilion at COP to organize dialogue. And actually the first dialogue is the one that we are organizing now. And the purpose here is really to bring together key stakeholders so that they can interact among themselves, co-innovate, reinvent the way we are using innovation for climate. So I hope the first dialogue that will take place during this COP during 11 days will be extremely productive, and we would like to use whatever get out of this dialogue to fuel the implementation of the Innovation Hub. And we are looking also forward to continue to collaborate with you in the implementation of the Innovation Hub. So thank you for your attention, and I will stop there.
Thank you, Massamba. I think it's now we are actually able to show you a very short video presentation about the Innovation Hub. And it's been our pleasure as Open Earth Foundation to make this contribution and to collaborate with the team and the other partners on this important initiative. So I think we can go straight to the video. Thank you. All right, it seems we're having a technical issue. I think right now we should move to the next session with the partners of the Innovation Hub. And I would like to invite Kirsten Dunlop, the CEO of Climate-KIC, Pamlin, the head of Mission Innovation, and my colleague Martin Wainstein, the Executive Director of Open Earth Foundation. And we will show the video right after this session. So welcome. We can move some chairs in. We have to do our own furniture lifting. Measures in place.
Or you need this.
So welcome.
You can stop my micro.
a session and introduction from each of you as to what your
You can
organization
stop.
does and
Yeah,
what
my
you're partnering on with the Innovation Hub and what.
House, yeah. Oh, I think this is. Yeah.
Is there a hand mic that we can use?
Where are
Yes, this is the first day, so we're going to have to bear with a few of the technical challenges that we're trying to overcome. It's like running a marathon while you're tying your shoes. So can we make sure this microphone is now working? H51 is now working. Maybe reintroduce yourself and you can just hold it up to your, because we're going to have to pass it.
Does it work?
Adjusting the volume.
Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me okay?
Can we turn up
Does
the
it work
volume
or
on
not?
this? Turn up the volume, please.
Does it work? Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3.
It is working, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So I represent an organization called EIT Climate-KIC. We are a European-based agency focused on climate innovation, and particularly climate innovation with a systemic focus. We operate in 39 countries across the world, and our interest is in connecting the supply of innovation to the demand for solutions, as Massamba was describing, for the focus of the Innovation Hub in partnership with UNFCCC.
Another mic.
Our focus is across a number of intractable problem spaces in climate, areas where profoundly intersectoral responses are needed, where connections need to be made that are not being made in complex trade-offs with respect to land use, in urban transformations, in the financial sector, in the restructuring of core finance and the way in which our underlying economic thinking works, in the way in which we think about social cohesion and social transformation as the central mechanism that we need to work on and the central mindset shift that we need to pay attention to in addressing climate. We are an organization that develops innovation, that nurtures it, incubates it, scales it, and most of all seeks to deploy it and connect it on the ground in partnership with city governments, in partnership with regional governments, and in partnership with industry embedded in global value chains. And we do so through a process that we call deep demonstration, which is really a mind hack, if you like, very much about trying to make visible what does a sustainable, prosperous world and a design for life that is structurally possible for 10 billion people to live well on this planet, what does it look like at scale? Because the failure of acts of imagination are really holding us back now. We are immensely proud to partner with the UNFCCC Innovation Hub Initiative because this is a place of action that responds very much to the calls that we have been making for some time now to shift the framework around innovation, to ask for and deploy innovation as the most effective human technology we have for facing into complexity and uncertainty, and learning, accelerating our capacity to learn much, much faster, in much more distributed ways, and in much more generative, imaginative ways. How is it possible to change the way we live, the way we move, the way we think, the way we eat, the way we relate to one another, and above all, our assumption of our relationship to the planet on which we live, to shift our mental model from one of dominion to one of partnership, codependence, interdependence, and a profoundly regenerative relationship, so that every human being on this planet adds more value back to it than they take. That is the purpose we are here to partner with UNFCCC on. This is a relationship from our perspective between the power of the broker of government attention, a broker of policy making, a broker of are a catalyst, if you like, of key relationships at national, international and subnational level, and the power of an organization like Climate-KIC to bring a full community of innovators to bear, and innovators trained and ready and equipped to think systemically and to work systemically. So it's our great privilege to be here and to bring some of the different techniques, methodologies and experiences we can to accelerate and expand and support the role of the UNFCCC Innovation Hub. Thank you.
Thank you. I can attest to Climate-KIC having previously had the honor of working with Climate-KIC as an innovation lead and a thematic lead, and the robust partnership that they've built out over the years. So it is really an advantage to the hub to have that entire ecosystem also participating in the hub. It's now my pleasure to pass the mic, literally, to Dennis to speak of the commitment and initiatives on mission innovation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mission innovation feels very home at the UNFCCC. We were created at the Paris meeting because of the growing understanding that the world has for now 26 years focused on reducing emissions. Companies, cities, governments have been seen as sources of emissions. The focus has been to reduce those emissions. Now it's a time to shift perspective, to look at cities, companies and countries as sources of solutions. That's a very new perspective, and still today, and that's why we in Mission Innovation said we don't even have a way of measuring the positive impacts. And that's how I met Massamba, when we realized that we shared lots of thoughts here, that there was this frustration that we talked about solutions, but there were no real frameworks for that. There was no framework for a company. There was lots of framework on how they should reduce their emissions, but not how they can produce the solutions that are needed. For a city, there was lots of initiatives helping them to reduce their emissions, but not to become an exporter of those solutions. And in the same way, countries have seen themselves as sources of emission and committed to reduction of emissions, not how they will help the world by providing the solutions that are needed. So that's been very much our focus, has been to, one, create concrete tools that allow us to measure these things. And with the work with Massamba, we realized also that what we did in Mission Innovation was limited to the solution providers, not the enablers. And that's an even deeper hole to dig into. Because what about all the PR agencies, all the financial institutions, the cultural stakeholders, the media companies? What are their role in either undermining or supporting sustainability? So that's really what we are really exciting here. And finally, what I got the most excited about is to really get rid of the carbon discussion and focus on the human discussion. Because by the end of the day, this is not an accounting game on getting down to zero emissions. It's about providing welfare for 11 billion people that are going to live on this planet. And by shifting it from an accounting perspective also, the reduction of emissions is not the most important. It's the avoidance of emissions. Because it's 10% of the world's population is emitting 50%. But the largest proportion of the population on this planet is not investing or emitting very much today. And that needs to change. So I'm really happy to be here on this really human endeavor to see how we together can work this and expand this innovation space. But I would also like to caution that we should be aware that many new stakeholders might come in that we are not used to see, but also many classical stakeholders who might feel threatened because they might want to keep on just focus on the reductions, sell some offsetting, and think that's what the way to approach this. This is a broader approach. This is also needed, the reduction approach is needed, but this is sort of broadening the agenda, both in terms of stakeholders and perspective. So thank you very much for allowing us to be here, Massamba and team, and we very much look forward to this collaboration moving forward.
Thank you, Dennis. I think it's really important, the energy and the innovative perspective that Dennis has brought to the table, particularly with regard to those enablers. And we look forward to working more with you on that. I'd like now, once he's ready, to pass the mic to Martin Wainstein, Executive Director of Open Earth Foundation, to speak about some of the issues also that we're working on and what we're bringing to the Innovation Hub. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katherine, Kirsten, and Dennis. What a pleasure to join you both in this amazing historic moment. It's such an honor to come after your introduction, Massamba. I represent a nonprofit organization based in California, United States, and what we do is really leverage systems thinking to break away from fragmentation and look at planetary scale solutions by bringing both understanding complexity and bringing into design thinking to come up with what are the type of global digital structures that we need for better Earth system management, Earth system governance, and we do that through two key focuses. One is a lot of attention into the emerging digital technology space. Digital work has really transformed our lives, and it's only the beginning, but we need to be able to use it and leverage it for what we need in terms of our sustainable planet and our core human needs. So we do a lot of research and implementation in distributed ledger technologies, and Internet of Things, in artificial intelligence, and virtual reality, decentralized finance, all the fun buzzwords, but try to really think about where do they play a role, because one of the most important interoperable spaces we have today is the internet. If we want to break away from fragmentation, we really have to reconceive our digital infrastructure to be able to help us tackle climate as a single entity, as a single system. The second aspect that we pay a lot of attention to is open source, open digital infrastructure, the role of protocols, the role of standards to break away a lot from those silos and fragmentations that also exist in the digital space. But part of that is the role of collaboration. And we strongly believe that collaboration is the most important technology that we are yet to master as a civilization. And it's amazing to be able to have the privilege to launch the UNGIH as a hub for examples of radical collaboration. Now, with those three parts, planetary scale thinking, emerging digital technology, open source, and collaboration, we work on different platforms and products, a lot of them that have synergized a lot as we were listening to the vision for the UGIH presented by Massamba. I first met Massamba through the Climate Change Coalition, and it's been a pleasure to see how much both him and the team behind UGIH has pushed forward a mandate for digital technology that we don't see very regularly in supranationals. We get the opportunity to work with different supranationals, including World Bank and other entities, and we've always found a gap between the amazing technology that comes out of Silicon Valley and other innovation hubs, but not so much properly penetrating where supranational entities that are being seen as the perfect forums for that action to come together. So I can definitely share that when we heard the vision and the mandate for this project, we knew that this was really something that was beyond what the Secretariat is normally used to doing, and this is a great opportunity and responsibility as partners that hopefully more to join to be able to drive this forward. I had the over the last 5 years the chance to found and lead a research organization at Yale University called the Open Innovation Lab, and through there we did work on the role of digital infrastructure for climate accounting. So in the last COP in Madrid, as we were showcasing our work, we realized how important really that ambitious vision for globally open source interoperable digital infrastructure to deal with our tracking of our pledges, but now more importantly also how do we track our satisfaction of our core human needs. And I personally left Madrid feeling the need to really up the ante in the work that we were doing, and that led to the launch of the Open Earth Foundation. And we said after a month that a big milestone for us would be to really help the UNFCCC in bringing in cutting-edge digital technology. So in less than a year, being able to present this to you, having the possibility to collaborate with Massamba and the whole UGIH team is a true pleasure. We really look forward to being here on site and collaborate with everyone, really help drive a new vision, not of what we do, but also how we do it. So I really look forward to the next couple of weeks and the years to come. And I'll definitely share more in a few minutes as we also showcase a bit of the work that we've been doing. I'll pass it back to Katherine.
Thank you very much. I was going to ask a core question, and I'll actually ask the audience if there are any questions, but we do have a difficulty with the mic and the COVID protocols. So what I'll do is ask one question, then we can perhaps do again the tour de table for that response. And I also, before I do that, want to see if there's any pressing question from the audience. If you ask me, I can ask. But my core question was about that notion of enablers and collaborations in this fragmented space. We often use the analogy of everyone's been building out a website, but no one's built the internet yet. And if we take that analogy and put it across everything that each of you have said, we really see that this focus on systems change, on integration and collaboration. And collaboration is a part of the Sustainable Development Goals. Goal 17 is about partnerships and collaborations, but we don't have in places the toolbox and capacities to actually make that happen. So I think that we're at a pivotal point here, and to have these organizations partnering under this leadership, it's a really great opportunity. But I wanted to get your incisive perspectives, because each of you come from a different ecosystem, different types of partnerships, and a different focus on systems perspective. But just speak a little bit more about the approach, the ecosystems, the collaborations that you actually are bringing into this hub. And Martin, since you have the mic, why don't we start with you?
Is there any question before we tackle that? Is this working? Yep. I think one of the things that's very important here is that we've seen the last decades have a paradigm that innovation is driven by competition. Companies, startups, try to innovate faster to outcompete their counterparts. And we really need to move beyond that. We need to understand that collaboration can happen, that innovation, radical innovation, can happen through collaboration. It doesn't mean that there's no role for healthy competition. There are layers that we need to be able to define of where organizations compete and where do they collaborate. For us as well, the second piece is one of the key parts or aspects that has driven us to a culture of competition is our illusion of separation. Separation of, this is my company, that's your company. This is my country, that's your country, and so forth. But climate change makes us realize that we're all part of the same system. And so when we think about maximization of self-interest, well, we really have to think about who is the self that we are trying to maximize self-interest for. If we understand self as our global human civilization, but more than anything, our interconnectedness with nature, is we see Earth as a single system, then we're going to be able to transcend that illusion that we're separated, understand that we're deeply interconnected, and therefore collaboration will happen a lot faster. So this tackles at very, very different scales, but I definitely wanted to share that perspective from our lens, and maybe I'll pass it to Dennis, and we'll just keep that way. Oh, wait. Oh.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Maybe my initial reaction might be a bit controversial. I think we need less collaboration. There's so much collaboration now in old sectors, in old ideas, so we don't have the bandwidth for the new collaboration. So before we start talking about the new collaboration, we need to start scaling back on what we actually do. Because right now, the challenge is for many, they don't have the time with these new ideas because they're so stuck, and they sometimes don't even think about it as collaboration. It's just ordinary work. We're stuck in old institutions. So I think that's a big challenge, that if we only talk about more collaborations, nothing will happen. We also need to talk about what do we need to do less of? What are the old structures that are holding us back? And we see that on a very concrete scale, because one of the things we do in RISE, Research Institute of Sweden, and Mission Innovation is bring entrepreneurs together. And to get them to collaborate is really, really difficult. And we actually have a PICO framework with clustering being a core focus on that. But that is so difficult, because you come against old industrial structures, old way of reporting, old way of funding that is against new kinds of collaborations. So therefore, I think there's a real need to take a step back and ask, what are the kind of collaborations we need? Right now in Europe, we have a lot of sector-based work. The whole taxonomy is based on old thinking. It's a well-attempted idea, but it's holding us back from most of the important work. And I think we need to find this balance that the collaborations we need needs to go to the highest common denominator. Much of the collaborations today is the lowest common denominators. So when you do funding calls, when you do initiatives, you try to find a broad coalition with those who have the least resistance. So there's very little passion in most of the collaborations that are happening today. And that's what I think this, and I'd like to echo what Martin was saying, I think joining this group, you can find a different level of passion and engagement and an idea of actually want to achieve something. This is not trying to build on old things. And as Massamba was saying, it's really trying to look at what is needed, not at what is seen as possible. And that, for me, is the ultimate innovation driver, to really achieve something that you feel you have a legacy for. And that's, for me, really what this is all about. This is the real legacy of climate work.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Dennis. And I think you're right. Collaboration has almost become a trope. It's just so ubiquitous, but the structure around it. Massamba, did you want to ask a question? Kirsten is, yes.
Okay, so I, in the spirit of shifting collaboration and of collaborating, I would really want to build on what you both have said, because I fundamentally agree. Maybe if I add just two elements where I think that is incredibly important, and where I think the Innovation Hub really has an opportunity with the leadership of Massamba and with the UNFCCC. We have a paradigm shift to making innovation away from a competitive logic wired into a supply of solutions where the ultimate problem solver is capital markets. And that opens the door to the fact that we have a really big structural change to make in our underpinning economic system and economic structures. That is, if we don't shift that, we're going nowhere. So we really need to unwire and rewire, redesign the way in which we think about governance and ownership of the commons, participation in the commons, and the commons is our planet, our water, our air, our capacity to create, to invent, and to have food. And I think then that really goes to some of the most challenging for me. As an innovation agency, I am working in an environment where every other organization out there around me is slightly competing with me for resources, for airtime, for hero status, for social media attention, and it's absurd. We have 9 years and we're out of time. So my call is for this to be the kind of partnership where the thing we really put our hands in together is the massive, messy middle between a whole lot of policy commitments and hundreds of possibly interesting good solutions, some incremental, some breakthrough, most of them totally inadequate if we don't join them up and find solutions that solve for many things at once, find fragments that fit together in parts of greater transformative wholes. And that's why I'm here, and thank you very much for that opportunity, because it's enjoyable. It feels like it's worth doing.
I think there's a new energy in the room. Absolutely. Massamba, I believe you had a question you wanted to ask. And then we have one question in the audience.
I just wanted to insist on how grateful the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub is by being able to build the type of partnership that we have. So it's about radical collaboration, it's about deep collaboration, it's really about shared vision and passion. So based on what we have heard here, we can see that all the thought leaders that took the floor have something in common. They are all moonshot thinker. They are all for system change. They have a global perspective. They are longer termist, and they are people focused, which is extremely important. And I think this is what we have in common. 2 days ago, I went to a restaurant, and when I just entered, I saw a quote of Albert Einstein saying, clever people solve problem, but wise people avoid problem. It resonated very much to me. I said, wow, this quote actually can summarize what we are trying to do with the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub. I just wanted to know what this quote inspired you. How do you feel about that quote?
I think we'll have the... And while we're waiting, why don't you ask your question, and we'll go directly to that after. You can just tell me the question, and I'll repeat it. The role of academic institutions. Okay. The question is also, on top of what Massamba is saying, the role of academic institutions that feel that they've been sidelined. He feels that they've been sidelined in terms of innovation and discussions around climate change. And I think we should just take a quick one minute to wrap up with the COVID protocol. And so, Dennis, do you want to start with the answer to Massamba's question and to this question about the role of academia?
Yeah, well, I think they're both interlinked, actually. And for me, it's always been this weird thing about climate and problem. Why is that? Why don't we see this as an opportunity to rebuild the society? When we work in Mission Innovation and RISE with entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs, they look at solutions as a way of driving something forward. And I think that's a little bit also of the challenge with how we shape this. There is a climate problem, of course. But the joy of providing new ways of living, education, inspiration for people. And that's also where we excluded large parts of the civilization that is around here. We're going to have next week an event with Netflix and Spotify and other providers of the narrative. You know, they are not here, even though they shape the way we think, what we enjoy and what we think is possible. But it's been very much a technical thing, looking at a specific problem and then trying to address that. So I think taking that step back and saying, no, let's walk around that. And I think this is what the 11 billion filter that we've been talking about is. This is real the enjoyment and the passion of saying, my legacy is bringing this. And I usually say that also with climate, that it's so sad when people say, it's a net zero thing. Who in their life want to say, what did you achieve? 0. I achieved 0. That's not really what you want to do. Maybe as an accountant that is exciting, but for most people it's about providing education, providing health, providing inspiration, providing enjoyment. So that is really what this is about. It's really trying to sort of jump over the problem and look at the joy and the passion of creating something positive.
Thank you, Dennis. Kirsten, do you have a final comment and response to the key issues that were just raised?
Thank you. So let me start from the question of universities and come to this question of wisdom, the wisdom to avoid. We are an organization that works with many universities, and this is actually one of the most challenging. Our decision to shift to work on systemic change at scale, responsive and corresponding coherent with the complexity of the challenges that we face and the transformations for a new design for life that are required, that caused quite a significant challenge for many of our university partners. And that is really because the internal paradigm of research, structured and kind of mobilized to attract funding and research funding with long time frames, proof of work, proof of peer review, is simply out of time with what we need to do. But the role of universities as institutions that collectivize and structure the formation of the human mind is absolutely essential. And if there's one thing, and I'll come back to the final, the question for me of wisdom is around human capacity and human capability to create a new design for life. That is a question of capability that is the single greatest for, and I think the challenge word I will bring in, because constructing generations of minds and human experience and human, how do I describe this? The human capacity to hold complex self-transformation is an incredibly rich opportunity and a huge challenge. And I think if universities can gradually work out how to restructure themselves as universities, as institutions to support that, those of us working with them are passionately keen to do so.
And can support that process, I think, in leading out initiatives like this. So Martin, there is a sense that academia and academic research have been sort of left out of the climate solution space. And I think that was basically just put out there as a question, is how can we ensure that they are included?
I'll start with the wisdom first and the thoughts that are evoked from that quote, and then talk a little bit about academia. I think that the mandate for the UN Global Innovation Hub is, its wisdom is in bringing a lot of the core aspects together, not just, to echo what Dennis said, the net zero aspect. It's if we focus only on the atmosphere and forget about the humans, we will have a problem. If we focus on the humans and forget about the biodiversity, we will have a problem. If we have to be able to see everything as a single system. And I think that that's what called to us as an organization. I don't have normally a problem saying that we are an Earth-focused organization because we see humans as part of that Earth system. But this is the first project that has really challenged us to really take that wisdom of saying, if you focus on Earth as a system without really understanding the growth from the human activity and the importance around that fulfillment, because without core needs, how can we really take the best of us and rise to the occasion? And something that Kirsten said around transformation is also very deeply ingrained into my view of wisdom. Resilience in natural systems is thanks to collapses, micro collapses that allow a system to regenerate. And that is also our power of vulnerability to do our micro collapses as individuals, as organizations, that will help us also rise to the occasion and to be able to have that innovative spirit. So I think that there is also a lot of wisdom into that constant transformation. We know that without a deep commitment to transformation, it will be really hard. So the quote sort of echoed sort of those thoughts. In academia, and I've had privilege to spend a lot of time in universities, and I have a lot of university affiliations still. I've seen that there's definitely a part around when I was doing my PhD, feeling that a paper would take me like a year and I was running out of time and needed to be able to bring that into real life and deployment. Now, there is a very important role to take the work that academia allows, which is to step back, to not be rushed with time, and to really think on that big picture. That is something that the normal entrepreneurial world often doesn't have. If you're a startup and let's say you're venture backed, you're thinking about your next quarter, your second quarter, your third quarter. It's very hard for you to think in terms of 10 years. Academia has the ability to really give that lens, and without that, we're going to miss certain things. So I think the important role is to start fusing these two boundaries. That's also been my personal history. I've been an entrepreneur and I've been a researcher, and I realized
I'm too much of an entrepreneur to be a researcher, and I'm too much of a researcher to be an entrepreneur. And I wanted really to figure out how to blend them together. And universities started to open up a lot more on that. I had the chance to do one of the initiatives at Yale, but Stanford, MIT, other ones from the United States, which I'm mostly familiar with, have been doing that for a while. And we see that happening constantly around the world. So I definitely see a lot more of that. And I would love to see universities actually be not scared of deploying, having spin-offs, startups, subsidiaries that are deploying things in the real world, because that is a fundamental way to learn. So I really hope to see that more coming out of academia in the next 10 years.
Thank you very much. I think we need to give our panelists a round of applause for their wonderful input and insights. Thank you very much. We're going to take a brief pause here to do the COVID protocol, and we're going to show the video explaining and introducing the Innovation Hub. I'm very, very happy to be here today and to welcome those that have just joined us to the Innovation Hub of the UNFCCC. And I'm the Community Director of Open Earth Foundation, and I'm really pleased to be collaborating with Massamba and the other partners along with my colleague Martin, and we are very happy to have contributed to this initiative. And I'd like to now launch the video that explains the hub and the initiative. Thank you very much.
We know from the science and from the evidence of our own eyes, the world is running out of time on climate change. So why are solutions so elusive? Maybe we ask the wrong questions. For example, instead of asking how to reduce emissions from cars, why don't we ask where people need to go and what they need to get, and then find low carbon solutions? Instead of just asking how to make offices energy efficient, why don't we ask what kind of space modern work requires? We should focus on what's needed, not what's currently possible. We need innovative mindsets, and we need everyone. Policymakers, tech leaders, finance experts, builders, thinkers, doers, everyone around the table. The United Nations Climate Change Global Innovation Hub provides that urgently needed platform for cross-disciplinary action. Harnessing the convening power of the United Nations with public and private sector leadership, the Hub is building digital tools to bridge demand and supply of climate solutions and to measure impact in line with the Paris Agreement goals. We are gathering experts and providing them space to work together in radical collaboration. Innovation is not an event or even a process. Innovation is a culture. We're building that culture to win the fight against climate change.
I love it. Thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute break in the room to do a cleaning of the seats and of the air before we start our next session at 11:20. We look forward to seeing you back here at that time. We would ask that we need to clean this part of the room, so we would ask you to perhaps go mingle, get a coffee. You have time for a little break, and we look forward to seeing you again in 10 minutes.
Can I? To have the privilege to moderate the next session. One of the things that we did not talk about in the previous session, but that is absolutely essential to the Innovation Hub, is the role of cities as aggregators of both the demand and the needs for dramatic reconceptualization of our ways of living and dramatic reconceptualization of our relationship with resources, with one another and with the planet, and aggregators for the supply of solutions and for market signals, for political and for community signals of both what is possible, what is an opportunity, and what is available. So it's my very great pleasure to invite a series of representatives of cities who are committed to partnership with the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub. And I'm going to start by asking the Mayor, Jae-Jung Lee, who will speak first for Goyang City. You will speak with slides. We'll hear from 4 or 5 people, and then we'll have a panel discussion. Please.
예, 반갑습니다. 대한민국 고양시장 이재주입니다. 오늘 이렇게 COP26 도시세션 첫날 기조연설을 하게 돼서 대단히 영광으로 생각을 합니다.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am Jae-Jun Lee, the Mayor of Goyang City Government in Republic of Korea. It is a great honor to give a keynote speech at the opening ceremony on the first day of COP26 City Session today.
예, UNFCCC가 탄소중립 기후행동의 세계 리더로서 탄소중립 목표를 달성하기 위해서 도시 역할을 중요하게 생각을 하고 도시가 핵심적인 행동을 할 수 있도록 프레임을 마련하는 것에 대해서 큰 기대를 가지고 있습니다.
I would like to put great significance on UNFCCC's carbon neutral climate behavior, valuing the role of a city to achieve its carbon neutral goals and setting a frame for the city to perform its core activities in this particular time.
예, 전 세계 인구의 절반이 살고 있는 도시는 기후변화의 주범입니다. 온실가스 배출량의 75%를 만들어내고 있기 때문입니다.
Cities with about half of the world's population are the main culprits of climate change. This is because it accounts for as much as 75% of greenhouse gas emissions.
도시는 끊임없이 자가 증식하는 거대한 유기체입니다. 도시는 대량 생산과 대량 소비의 자연의 정상적인 속도를 몇백 배, 몇천 배 추월해 가고 있습니다.
Cities are huge organisms that constantly grow on their own. The city's mass production and mass consumption outperformed nature's normal resource consumption by hundreds and thousands of times.
경제 성장에 대한 맹신도 다시 한번 돌아봐야 합니다.
It is time for us to look back on the blind faith in economic growth.
도시는 그동안 탄소 배출과 환경 피해를 입혀왔습니다. 이제 그들이 자제나 반성을 통해서 절제하는 운동이 도시 내에서 일어나야 된다고 생각을 합니다.
The city has been emitting carbon and damaging the environment. Now it is time to self-regulate and create a movement within the city.
특히 거대 도시가 이렇게 많은 탄소를 배출하고 환경 피해를 초래했음에도 불구하고 기술 개발, 탄소 거래 등으로 모면한다면 그것은 또 다른 기후 불평등을 야기할 것입니다.
In particular, even though a huge city emits so much carbon and has caused damage to the world's environment, if it avoids technology development and carbon transactions, it may cause another climate inequality.
도시에 사는 사람들은 도시에 살기 위해 자연을 해친 만큼 그만큼의 비용을 부담해야 맞다고 생각을 합니다.
I thought people living in cities should live with the cost of harming nature to live in the city.
도시 문제는 아무도 해결해 줄 수가 없습니다. 도시 문제는 도시 안에서 해결을 해야 합니다.
No one can solve the urban problem. Urban problems must be solved within the city.
아무리 옆 도시가 안전하다고 하더라도 우리 도시가 안전하지 않으면 안전하지 않은 것입니다. 특히 환경의 문제는 평균치로 일반화하거나 절상하거나 가치를 자를 수 없습니다.
No matter how safe the neighborhood city is, it is not safe if our city is not safe. Particularly, the problem of the environment is not that it can be generalized or cut by the average value.
도시는 포괄적이어야 하고 주체적이어야 하고 능동적이어야 합니다. 그러기 위해서는 인식의 전환, 제도의 개선, 그리고 권한의 이양이 뒤따라야 합니다.
Cities must be inclusive, autonomous, and cities must be proactive. In order to do so, it is necessary to change perception, improve the system, and transfer authority.
본인은 도시 정책을 고민하고 실행하면서 많은 벽을 허물어 왔습니다. 톱다운 방식의 정책 결정과 실행의 체계에서 시민들과 함께 버튼업 방식을 지켜내고 상위 기관들과 절충 포인트를 찾아내는 노력은 결코 쉬운 일이 아닙니다.
I have broken down many walls while considering and implementing city policies. Until now, efforts to protect the bottom foundations with citizens in the top-down system of policymaking and implementation has never been easy. To find a compromise point with top organizations.
도시가 시민과 함께 지역을 지켜내기 위해서 하는 노력은 가장 중요합니다. 또한 진심으로 후세대를 위해서 환경을 지켜내기 위한 지속적인 노력이 필요합니다.
I strongly believe the city's efforts to protect the region with its citizens is the most important thing, and genuine efforts to protect the environment for future generations must be continued.
이런 노력의 과정을 통해서 본인은 대한민국 2050 탄소중립위원회 도시 대표위원으로 기후행동의 법제화 및 지방정부의 원활한 수행의 기반을 마련하기 위한 노력을 기울이고 있습니다.
Through this process of efforts, I am making efforts to lay the foundation for the legislation of climate behavior and smooth implementation of local governments as a city representative of the 2050 Carbon Neutral Committee in South Korea.
큰 틀 안에서 도시의 역할을 규명하고 제도적 틀 안에서 충분히 최선을 다해서 행동할 수 있는 상황을 만들어내고자 합니다.
We want to identify the role of the city within a large framework and create a situation in which we can do our best within the institutional framework.
그러나 아직 해결해야 될 문제가 많이 있고 목표 달성을 위해 혁신적인 아이디어도 필요합니다.
However, there are still many problems to be solved, and innovative ideas are needed to achieve its goals.
도시마다 독자적으로 다양한 모든 문제를 잘 해결해 나가기는 매우 어렵습니다.
It must be very difficult to solve all the problems independently in each city.
바로 지금 UNFCCC가 전 세계 도시를 위한 기후혁신 프레임을 시작하고 시스템을 전환하는 노력을 주도하는 것은 반드시 필요한 일이고 우리가 모두 다 함께 지지해야 할 일입니다.
As we speak, it was essential and supportive for the UNFCCC to launch a climate innovation frame for cities around the world and lead efforts to transform the system.
탄소를 많이 배출해온 산업계의 탄소 절감 노력은 더 강화되어야 하며 시민들이 동의하고 함께 그들이 속한 그 자리에서 노력도 또한 필요합니다.
The industry's carbon-saving efforts, which have produced a lot of carbon, should be further strengthened, and citizens' consent and efforts are required in all positions to which citizens belong.
고향은 이 목표를 달성하기 위해 도시가 할 역할을 설정하고 시민의 동참을 이끌어내는 노력을 계속하고 있습니다.
Goyang City wants to play a role in determining the role of the city to achieve this goal and lead citizens to participate.
이런 목표를 이루는 것에 있어 도시가 무엇을 해왔는지, 현재 무엇을 하고 있는지, 추구하는 목적이 무엇인지 다시 한번 명확히 해야 합니다. 그 사이에는 분명하게 갭이 존재합니다. 그 갈등과 갭을 줄이기 위해서 우리는 최선을 다해야 합니다.
In achieving these goals, it is necessary to clarify once again what the city has been doing, what it is currently doing, and what it is pursuing in the future. There must be a gap between them. We have no choice but to make efforts to narrow this gap.
도시가 이러한 접근 방향으로 나가야 하는 것이 옳은 방향이고 바로 UGIH의 방향이기도 합니다.
It is the right direction for the city to take this approach, and that is the direction of UGIH.
여러분의 궁극적인 목표는 무엇입니까? 어떤 노력을 하고 계십니까? 무엇이 필요하십니까? UGIH 도시 플랫폼에서 서로 믿음직한 파트너가 되어 함께 해결책을 찾아 나갑시다.
What is your ultimate goal? What kind of efforts were you making? What do you need? Let's be reliable partners and find solutions together on the UGIH City platform.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, May Lee. Now may I invite to the stage George Herman,
I'm just checking that you're, who is the Minister of Environment for British Columbia. Thank you.
See if I can get this microphone right. Can people hear me okay?
Yep.
My name's George Heyman. I'm the Minister of Environment and Climate Change Strategy for the province of British Columbia in Canada. British Columbia is a state-level subnational area with a landmass about 12 times that of Scotland and a population about 400 to 500,000 fewer people. So that gives you a sense of the geography and the vast different sizes of communities that we deal with in the province of British Columbia. Vancouver, our largest city, or Metro Vancouver, which is the contiguous region with about Vancouver is the largest area and about 20, 21, 22 other smaller communities is about half the population of the province. British Columbia has had a carbon tax since 2008. And it allowed much of our industry and local government to begin to reduce emissions in response to the carbon tax. But there wasn't really a plan to go along with the carbon tax to have a bunch of measures or a group of measures that were systematically trying to achieve the reductions that we now know we need. When my party took government in 2017, we began increasing the carbon tax. It will reach $50 a ton in April of next year, and along with the federal government in Canada, we will then begin to increase it to $170 a ton by 2030. But to go along with that, we legislated emission reduction targets for 2030, 2040, and 2050, and 2030 is 40% below our 2007 levels by 2030. So in 2018, we developed a plan which we called Clean BC that had a series of measures that we modeled independently to reach those emissions. We had a gap we had to fill. Our experience was that things didn't work out exactly as we'd planned or modeled them for a variety of reasons. Different measures of accounting, growth in use of fossil fuels, growth in population, and some others. So we committed to release, which we just did a week ago today, a new plan that would again show how we would reach the targets. And this time we took a different approach. We set 8 pathways from industry, transportation, communities, waste, oil and gas, and others, and set out a series of options in each one, realizing that everything is constantly changing, and what we needed to do with our plan was make it an iterative plan where we constantly evaluated, reported, adjusted, and used a series of incenting and investing in technologies that were emerging until they eventually reached a state of market readiness where they could be effective on their own and be economically viable on their own. One of the important commitments in our plan and in this new pathway roadmap to 2030 is a commitment to work with communities and work with local governments. We had, when the carbon tax was introduced, a program that returned the carbon tax that cities paid to allow them to take action on climate. But there were no clear commitments or deliverables. The city of Vancouver actually used the return of carbon tax, because it was quite sizable, to set up a climate action department. The tax return funded somewhere between 1.5 and 2 of the people in the department. The city funded the rest, and it enabled the city of Vancouver to model some of the actions that could be taken to reduce emissions, to set out a program and a plan to reach much reduced emissions. Smaller communities around the province also took action, and for a period of time between about 2010 and 2017, when other than the carbon tax, not much planning was going on provincially to reduce emissions, we saw tremendous leadership from communities doing everything they could to set out their own pathways, whether it was district energy systems, better public transportation, better buildings by adopting different steps in a building code. Those were the kind of measures that we saw showing real leadership in the province. So we have decided as a provincial government that one of the strongest things we can do is form partnerships of support with local governments, not just cities, but smaller towns and medium-sized cities. And we will do that with a revitalized program to support those cities that will enhance the money that was devoted to returning carbon tax to cities previously and build on it, but also build in a system of deliverables and common purpose. Among the many commitments we've made in our plan to reach emission reductions by 2030 is large investments in rapid public transit for the cities in the Metro Vancouver region, but also beyond. We're working with local governments to plan building code changes that will allow us to insist that all new buildings after 2030 will be carbon neutral, and that all space and water heating will be built to the highest efficiency standards through province-wide standards that are set. But we also know that if we really want to reduce emissions on a massive scale, we need to plan urban development, we need to plan transit development at the same time, we need them to complement each other, we need them to allow for affordable housing for everyone, accessible, affordable public transportation, even while we reduce emissions in those transportations that are still by vehicle or commercial truck. And we need to ensure that we have walkable, livable communities where people can work, play, and live, reducing the kind of back and forth transportation that happens across regions. So in a nutshell, that's a bit of a snapshot of what we're doing in British Columbia, and I look forward to more discussion.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, I think we have a remote connection in, so I'm just going to wait for us to tee in the connection. This will be a statement from Elias Iacovidis, who is an advisor to the European Union, the European Commission, Director General for Communications. I'm just playing for time. And Networks, Content and Technology. And he is an advisor to digital aspects of the green transformation. So let us give a couple of minutes to see if this will work, and if not, may I just see Frank Gauni is here? Not yet. And Soren, you are here. No. Yes? Okay, here we go. Elias Iacovidis, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Welcome. Yes, we can hear you very well. Welcome. You look resplendent, surrounded by the European stars. So please do go ahead. The floor is yours.
Our flag. So it's a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you very much, Massamba and colleagues, for the invitation to give this few-minute support for the Global Innovation Hub. But before I do that, let me kind of highlight what we do in the EU. Already 2 years ago, we have committed to climate neutrality. In the process of doing that, in the process of actually discussing the European Green Deal, I was with 20 departments of the European Commission. Think about it as ministries. 20 ministries around the table, on a European level, sitting down. Every single department said, this completely changes my mandate, what I'm supposed to do and what I need to do. And it's not only the Minister of Environment and Climate and Energy and Transport, it was the general directors, as we call them here in the European Commission, were saying, but this Green Deal and the climate change, it's not only about counting carbon, it's about everything. Well, I was there as well representing digital, and I was saying, yes, digital is about everything. We know that, but we were living in a separate planet. We were living in a parallel universe for too many years. So the green part of our house and the digital part of our house are now joining forces. And it's a powerful relationship, and it's a powerful opportunity, because the innovation, what we call as a green digital twin transition, is a huge opportunity. It's opportunity to innovate across the board in all of the sectors that need to move. And why cities are important? Because everything boils on the local level. And that's where you have to make sense of everything. How do you go towards circular economy? How do I manage waste? How do I manage transport, education, taking care of elderly, healthcare provisions? Everything boils to the same place. That's why the local setting is very important to innovate and to understand how to how to bring it the nexus between all these forces. Now, what I would like to say is that the European Commission is working on all of those dimensions. So we're working from employment to health to education to, of course, energy transition and circular economy. What I want to say here is that we need to innovate like hell. We need to innovate like hell and we need to innovate beyond Europe. So we, for example, for cities, we are announcing the so-called mission for climate neutral smart cities. So we're going to put $1 billion with academia, industry, everybody together to try to see what we can do for the cities, but that's not enough. We're also working with the external partners, and we have something called D4D, Digital for Development. And we are turning it into, with the help of GIH, into digital for sustainable development. So we will announce, and of those that are still around, on the 3rd of November afternoon, we will make the announcement of the Digital for Sustainable Development, Digital for Climate. We will make a big announcement there about how the European Commission will work with international partners on the green digital twin transition. Now, I would like to also mention one other thing. The role of digitalization is not yet 100% understood. There is a community that thinks that digitalization is just a pollution. Because of the data centers, because of the devices, the rising e-waste. The e-waste today that we throw away is heavier than the weight of the China wall. Just understand that. The energy consumption is big, but the potential is 10 times bigger. But we are not realizing this potential. How are we going to measure exactly how to smartly deploy? Is why we established the so-called European Green Digital Coalition. So now 31 major ICT companies, global companies, are joining force to work with us and experts and academia to establish exactly which digitalization is green, and how smart cities should enable this innovation to take place and benefit from this innovation, how we should transport, energy networks, agriculture, really deploy digitalization in a way to have net environmental benefits, climate benefits, so that there is a more reduction of emissions, avoidance of pollution, and all the other social benefits, because, as you say, sustainability is environment, social issues, economy together. Only when we look at it together. This cooperation of major companies is a cooperation of competitors. And that's one thing that this Global Innovation Hub should also promote. We may compete, these companies may compete, but they found a common cause to collaborate, and to collaborate on radically new things. And that's why we would like to partner with GIH, because whatever we do in Europe, we are responsible for 9% of emissions as European continent. Of course, what we consume is much more, it's closer to 20 plus. So we want to give a signal throughout the world, as we did with the European Green Deal, that we need to innovate across everything. It's not about carbon. It's about our life. It's about how we educate. And since we were in the previous session about what Einstein said, we have to make sure that we bring new elements. Not the elements that created the problems will not solve it. So these competitive markets and just laissez-faire will not do it. We need new elements in, and those new elements are youth. Bring and trust our youth. Bring and trust new radical innovations. Trust new ways of collaborations. We have to go on a new strategy. Now that will take time, because we need leaders to convince the managers that are making progress along the old pathways to change their way of working. Managers are many. They're all making progress, and they don't want to hear about new things because they're just making progress about what they were collaborating on. And I hope that Global Innovation Hub can collect leaders like you that can lead into the new era and accelerate the action. Accelerate the action. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Elias. Fantastic contribution. Now, you are staying with us so you can continue to hear. We'll have 2 more presentations and then we'll open up for Q&A. May I ask Mayor Frank Cowney? No? No? Okay, sorry. Then I move on immediately to Soren. So Soren Giegler, head of the data economy and the blockchain flagship with BMZ GIZ. He's coming remotely. Okay. Which one? Mr. Gregor Robertson? Ah, fantastic. This is you? Okay, with apologies for the confusion. Please let me introduce and welcome to the floor Gregor Robertson, who is the Global Ambassador for the Global Covenant of Mayors and for working on climate and energy with a specific focus there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be joining you today, and an honor to be in BC. I'm from Vancouver, Canada, in the province of British Columbia. Honored to be with Minister Heyman here, who I worked with very closely as the mayor of Vancouver for many years. We both live in the city and have had the opportunity to collaborate on many fronts to advance climate action in Canada and around the world. I'm here representing over 11,000 cities and communities and their mayors as the Global Ambassador for the Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy. We are the largest alliance of cities and communities focused on climate action in the world. Over 1 billion people are represented by our mayors in cities around the world. We're very focused on accelerating and deepening the work to turn the tide against the climate crisis. And that needs to happen first and foremost in the developing world, in the cities and communities that don't have support to make the changes they need, don't have the support for the green infrastructure, the investment that they need to make to reduce their emissions and protect their communities from the impacts, the devastating impacts of climate change. In our home province, we saw the town of Lytton, BC, incinerated this summer, almost 50 degrees, the hottest temperature ever in the history of Canada, in a heat wave, and 2 days later, the whole town burned to the ground, completely destroyed. These impacts are real, and they're facing our cities and communities every day around the world. So there is urgency, and there is a necessity for action that gets to the ground in communities. Again, I can use my home city and province as an example. As a city, we struggled for many years against our federal and provincial governments, different political stripes. They did not support climate action at a community level. As Minister Heyman said, many of us forged ahead. We tried to do as much as we can, and we see this pattern around the world. On the ground in cities, mayors have to take action. They have to deliver the results and take care of their citizens. If we don't have support from the national or state or provincial governments, we have to go ahead regardless. When we have the support and the collaboration and the investment from state, provincial, national governments, we can go far faster, far further, and we can get things done. So we've seen great partnerships now in Canada have gotten stronger in recent years, but there's still big gaps around the world. Global Covenant of Mayors exists to help bridge that gap. We actually created a gap fund with great support from the European Commission, from the European Investment Bank and the World Bank to channel funding to cities in the developing world who don't have funding to do basic feasibility studies for infrastructure that will pay for itself, that will protect people and generate money for the city. They don't have the funding to even get the project started. So our GAP fund that was created last year is now generating funding for many cities around the world, dozens of cities with strong support, particularly from the German and Luxembourg governments who funded the GAP fund initially. These are the examples we need. We need to get resources to the cities and communities that need them the most on the front lines of climate. And we're honored to be able to be a partner with the UN on the Global Innovation Hub to help deliver innovation and support to cities and communities through our very strong network of mayors, whether that's technical support, whether that's climate finance that can help our cities and communities. We're committed to being strong partners, collaborating, and as our previous speaker said, accelerating the change, accelerating the work, and getting the resources where they're needed the most, to the ground and to the people in our communities. So Global Covenant of Mayors is honored to be a partner and to collaborate with you all. Thank you very much.
It's working? Thank you very much. So I'm going to ask you if you wouldn't mind to stay here, and we will convene a discussion because it seems that Soren is not able to join us. So if you wouldn't mind, we'll grab chairs and some tables as we did last time. And can I ask Minister Heyman and Mayor Lee, please, to join us? Elias, are you able to participate?
I think so. I hope
Perfect. Okay, so let's make sure that we don't forget that you are there. Was this helpful? Do you need it or not? No. Okay, I'll take it away. Okay. Yes, I think we would need an extra chair, exactly. Exactly. So there is the no, I don't need one. It's okay. We just need the translation chair. Yeah, thank you. Okay, my apologies for the furniture shift. If we can create place for translation, okay.
Which side would you prefer to be on? I can see. Okay.
Okay, so. Okay, everything working? Okay, so let me ask, if I may, we're speaking from the perspective of one of the organizations that is very proud to be working with the Global Covenant of Mayors and very proud to be working with the European Commission mission on cities and starting now the pilot initiative to launch the city mission, and has been working for some time in what we call our deep demonstrations that we're referring to. So very much at the heart of this practical on the ground. Okay, very much at the heart of this practical on the ground bringing to life of accelerated change. Each of you in different ways referred to the importance of mobilizing movements and mobilizing citizens to engage and creating something that is self-regulating, self-sustaining. Can I ask you to reflect perhaps a little bit more on how you see that developing in the next decade, in this critical decade of action? What resources, what allies, what mechanisms do you think you can draw on within the context of this kind of initiative that is really about meeting human needs and accelerating the activism and movement of citizens? Anyone who feels ready, please jump in.
I'm happy to.
Just speak. I think it'll be.
Okay, happy to start. And thanks for the question. A really important point around how we mobilize, engage, and activate our people on the ground and the movements, civil society, neighborhoods, business, labor, all of the different elements that people that need to be at the table and need to be driving the change as well. Just as an example, when I served as mayor of Vancouver, we put together an action plan to green the city, to be the greenest city in the world by 2020. And that action plan engaged over 35,000 people in a process to say, what does that look like? How would Vancouver be the greenest city in the world? What do we need to do on transportation? What do we need to do? Buildings, circular economy. Got incredible ideas, incredible support, incredible activism in the city that made progress, real progress, to put the action plan together and then to implement it. And people had ownership of that plan as a result. So that engagement step is absolutely crucial. I think we see it, it's I think much more typical for mayors and their councils to help lead this process on behalf of their communities. But certainly the United Nations works hard to engage advocates and activists at all levels. And I think that's with the Innovation Hub being able to have everyone around that table, and it's thinking local but acting global, as we say. And I think there's a necessary step now to take it to the next level. When we see the activism and engagement from our youth globally as the clearest example that we are in a climate emergency, and that there are voices that need to be at the table and engaged every day on the decisions we make now.
Thank you, Mr. Robertson. Elias, there's a reference there to youth, and I wonder whether we could perhaps throw to you on your reflections on this question.
Yes. Let me highlight something that maybe is not as obvious, and that is misinformation. We see today in the COVID era how important is and how destructive is misinformation. So if you want people on board and you really want to scale things, because that's what we will need to get against this tyranny of convenience of today. So people will have to start thinking what they can do. There needs to be a clear, not only scientific, but trust in the information and the vision that we are all working towards. The other thing is metrics. I find very fascinating that sometimes we think we know what to do. I mean, governments that I work with and the stakeholders, companies, even movements, they know what needs to be done, but they cannot agree how to do it. But to how and to be able to progress between now and 2030, we need clear metrics that go beyond carbon metrics. Metrics on the progress of what it means to live sustainably. And that is also about national resources. It's metrics for education, for health, for employment, for many other things that we need metrics that we're progressing. And that's where people struggle. I specifically work on the metrics of what digital can do for environment. We know what is the footprint. We know how to measure LCA of a device or the energy consumption of a data center. We don't know how to measure the enablement. So if I deploy in a precision farming or in some kind of a smart city on traffic lights and smart devices in the buildings and waste management in the city, I don't know how to measure. So if a mayor wants to do a green public procurement and says, I will give a contract to somebody who can green my buildings, with respect to smartness of the building, they don't know which of the applications actually says truth or not, and how to compare beyond price who cuts more emissions. So there we need to create clear metrics so people know what progress means. And we need to give very simple kind of visual information to people in the city. It can be a color on the building, color on the neighborhood, color on the city, how we're doing compared to other buildings, neighborhoods and cities and others. So there must be a kind of a joint and simple things. And to finish, if you really want a progress, make the sustainable products, the sustainable services more competitive, if not cheaper, than the alternative.
Thank you.
And you will get people with you.
Thank you very much.
나한테
Minister Heyman
나한테
or
물어보는
Mr.
거예요?
Mary Lee?
예, 고맙습니다. 코로나19가 왔을 때 사람들은 다 문을 닫고 모든 것들을 폐쇄했었습니다. 그때 가장 어려웠던 사람들은 역시 소외계층들입니다. 기후 변화도 마찬가지입니다. 시카고 폭염이 1995년도에 왔을 때 약 800명이 돌아가셨습니다. 그때 부자들은, 그리고 기술이 있는 사람들은 건물에 집에 들어가서 에어컨을 틀고 살았습니다. 그렇지만 약자들은 그러한 에어컨이나 이런 시스템들을 누리지 못하기 때문에 결국 밖에 나왔고 폭염 때문에 사람들이 사망을 했습니다. 지금 기후위기에 대해서 그 사람들이 얘기를 하지만 이것을 선뜻 공감하지 못하는 것은 바로 또 그런 흉계가 있지 않을까라는 생각을 하는 겁니다. 그래서 아까 제가 발제에서 말씀드렸듯이 첫째는 인식을 개선해야 된다. 두 번째는 제도를 바꿔야 된다. 세 번째는 그 권한을 이양해야 된다. 이렇게 말씀드렸습니다.
I'm impressed already by your translator because she can remember a lot. Congratulations.
Right. So when the pandemic happened, most of the people closed their door, but the most people who felt hardship were the vulnerables. In South Korea, in the 90s, there was a severe heat issue, climate issue, and almost 800 people died of this climate issue in the past. But they were all of the vulnerables. The rich, on the other hand, stayed in their homes and having a cold air from the air conditioner. So his point is that people cannot show empathy towards climate crisis or climate change. So as he mentioned in his slides, there are the major three things that he wants to focus is first, change awareness and change system, improve and change the system and change the authority.
그동안 기후 문제는 그 정치적인 문제로 다뤄왔습니다. 그래서 국가 간의 협약 이런 걸 통해서 했지만 그것이 일반 시민들까지 인식이 공유되지 못했습니다. 이제 인식을 바꾸고 어떻게 시민들이 참여하냐에 따라서 그 기후위기를 극복할 수 있다고 봅니다. 거대 도시는 그러한 문제를 해결할 의무도 있고 해결할 능력도 있습니다. 그렇지만 많은 사람들이 그 도시 문제에 대해서 그 비용을 지출하지 않으려고 합니다. 저희가 여론조사를 해보면 90%가 그 기후위기가 왔다라고 얘기를 합니다. 그렇지만 내가 돈을 내고 이것을 사겠소라고 얘기하지 않습니다. 결국 내 집 앞에 차 없는 거리를 만들면 동의하지 않지만 남의 동네에 차 없는 거리를 만들어서 탄소가 제로가 되면 그것을 좋아하는 거죠. 이렇게 이율배반적인 문제에 대해서
So in terms of climate change and climate crisis, it's always been political, and we've always been moved towards through agreements between countries. So in terms of changing awareness, it needs to be more down to citizens and more personal. And about the huge cities, they actually have a responsibility to act upon climate crisis and climate change, and they actually have the capacity. The thing is, when Goyang had a survey towards their citizens, 90% already felt that there is a climate crisis in South Korea, especially in Goyang City, but most of them didn't want the street without cars project in their home, in their neighborhood.
결국은 그 기후위기에 대한 모든 혁신적인 기술들은 그 시민들의 동의를 받아야 되고 공정하다라고 시민들이 인식할 때 참여할 수 있습니다.
So most of the climate crisis, So most of the innovative technologies regarding the climate crisis needs citizens' consent and their understanding in order to proceed.
And that's maybe, I'm going to thank you very much there and ask Minister Heyman to join us. I think that's one of the key issues that is being raised also by Elias. How do you signify possibility and signify difference and allow people to move towards things they see are more positive? Minister Heyman.
Thank you. Gregor talked about the extreme heat and fires that were experienced in British Columbia this past summer, many other parts of the world, many other parts of Canada. And there was a national poll done in Canada that found 63% of Canadians were extremely concerned about climate and thought that the government needed to do something very significant to address climate change. In British Columbia, partly because of some of the features of the past summer, Lytton burning to the ground, literally burning to the ground in the matter of about 2 hours, but also 2 of the 3 previous years having been the worst wildfire seasons in British Columbia history, the number was 80%. 80% of British Columbians wanting very significant action. So people I think people have at least 2 fears. one of them at any given time. One of them right now is climate, and the other one is not being able to afford to live and take care of themselves and their family. So when we developed a climate plan, a renewed climate plan in response to people's desire for leadership, which is a very strong, clear desire, we very consciously determined that everything we put into it had to be inclusive. It had to ensure that we weren't leaving people behind, that we found ways to keep life or make life affordable for the most vulnerable, for low and moderate income people, and doing that with a variety of measures. Many jurisdictions have used rebates for things like zero-emission vehicles or clean energy in their homes, but usually you need a fair amount of money to start with to even contemplate the change and qualify for the rebate. So we want to turn that on its head and find programs that target the vulnerable, the low and moderate income people, and assume that people with money can actually take care of things for themselves, because generally speaking, that's true. And by doing that, we can find ways to recycle the carbon tax that we have in BC, to not use it as a punishment for people who have no control over what their carbon footprint's like, because they can't make the changes that will reduce it, and recycle that money to ensure that they can, and use it as an incentive. Similarly, we're trying to do the same thing with industry through a program called the Program for Industry that partners with industries who want to invest in, make capital investments to reduce their emissions of their existing industry. And we've also created some challenge funds, for instance, for the medium and heavy duty transportation industry, to come up with the ways they themselves think will be the most effective at moving as quickly as possible to zero emission. I'll leave it there, but I totally agree with the point that we had, in the heat wave, the heat dome that hit British Columbia and particularly Metro Vancouver this past summer, in a matter of 4 days, almost 600 people died, almost all of them vulnerable, almost all of them seniors. If we can find ways to put heat pumps in those people's homes, they'll both heat and cool and reduce emissions.
Thank you. Now I'm going to open up for questions from the audience. Just as a welcome to any of you who've arrived through this session, just as a reminder, we're here as part of the launch of the United Nations Global Innovation Hub. This is very much about a call for action, for collaboration, radical collaboration we've been discussing this morning, between the suppliers of solutions and those holding and sitting with the enormous challenge of massive step changes in the way we live, the way we construct and design cities, the opportunity space that cities represent to aggregate those needs and to aggregate the spaces of encounter between supply and demand. However, I'm going to challenge you. I'm giving time to the audience to come up with questions. If you have a question, please put up your hand. We are here, he's speaking about something that sounds horribly like we're all going to collectively need to wait for crisis before we can work out just how bad the situation is and just how big the opportunity to create an alternative way of living. So what are the hopes you have for the ways in which we get beyond the too little too late crisis realization point and pitch people into what I heard you refer to before, Minister Heyman, as options? Options and ideas for abundant generative alternatives. Let me start with a question here. I will relay it. Do we have a microphone, or will I? Okay, fantastic. So I'm giving you time to think about how you're going to transform the future. Just speak. It will come on magically. There you go.
You have to press the button for it to come. I'm sorry.
No, it's not you should. Because it was off. Sorry.
Anyway, so I don't have a magic solution for you guys, but I'm an academic and I work for the University of Southampton. And what you just, sorry, I came later in the session. What we just said recently, the last comment made by, I think, George, is about heat pumps in heat waves. These are solutions that have been around for such a long time. And it is really about, when you say getting two sides of the coin to come together, it's really about making it very equitable and allowing those vulnerable people to be part of the solution. For example, in the UK, we have a lot of people who are very fuel poor, and they go without heating and without cooling. And therefore, that climate fund, whatever you're talking about, should also be addressing those people at the bottom of the pyramid to allow them to be part of the solution and take them away from where they are in bad existence, but also into comfort. And I think the solutions that are around will do the job now, but it needs finance. And that finance is locked somewhere else. When it is slightly opened, the routines around getting that finance sorted out, it takes about 2 to 3 years to do. And I can tell you some project in the World Bank I was involved with, it took 3 years to get paid for something that was done in villages. So it's really important to streamline all the processes that we have to allow the solutions to happen before 2030. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So indeed, we are talking about ambition and how do we break through or break cover in our practices and our habits. And all of you referred to the challenge of existing market structures and the slowness, the kind of siloed structures, the need to break across and break through, which is very much what we're here to talk about. How do we collaborate and connect to make that possible? Minister Heyman.
Well, I'm not sure when you walked in, but I agree with you. I think we need to do a couple of things, not just in terms of building energy, but throughout the economy and society. We need to find something that's far more aggressive than tinkering around the edges. We need to change dramatically and very quickly the way we do things, and that means that industry has to change and adapt as well. And what we've seen for the last decade or two is continued promotion of slightly cleaner ways of using energy than we used in the past, and that clearly hasn't been moving fast enough. So we've had people actually perversely incented, for instance, to invest in new fossil fuel equipment. One of the measures that we'll be introducing in British Columbia's climate plan is moving to, and we can argue about whether we're doing it quickly enough, but moving to the most energy efficient sources of space and water heating as equipment is in place. But in order to make it equitable, which is something I tried to address in my last comment, we are looking at a new system of financing building energy efficiency. It's called by a number of names around the globe. It's called Property Assessed Clean Energy in North America, and that basically puts the loan against the property and not the individual. It potentially, I hope, we'll see, creates an incentive for building owners to add value to their building by making the renovations that renters and tenants can benefit from, and it allows people who don't have upfront capital to basically finance most of the cost of doing the energy change with their energy savings, and then if they leave for some reason, leave the debt behind with the building. That is, I think, one of the ways we can democratize home energy efficiency.
May I take that question, and I'm going to continue to come to both of you for a final comment. Elias, I'm going to bring you in for one final comment. You made a statement about the importance of going beyond carbon metrics and really breaking out of the ways in which we are thinking about what we measure, what we ask for, and how we achieve systemic change. From my experience, for example, the digital infrastructure needed for in-home healthcare is the same digital infrastructure that we need for building efficiency. And if we start to connect it up with nature-based solutions, we genuinely begin, excuse me, to solve many things at once. But we have few structures that actively incentivize that. Can you make perhaps a reflection on how the twin transition in the European Commission might contribute to this kind of much, much more aggressive, as you said, systemic effort to bring solutions together?
Right. I mean, you refer to buildings. So, for example, I was working many years in healthcare and digitizing healthcare. When you go to a building, we will actually pay, there's a just transition fund, and we'll pay people for their heating costs that is rising. But we will also subsidize the energy efficiency of buildings. So when there is somebody going to that building and deploying digitalization for smartness to improve energy efficiency, that same infrastructure is used for teleeducation, teleworking. During the COVID in Brussels, I mean in Belgium, 30% of people did not lose their job because they could do it remotely. So that's the power of digital. Schools kept open because there was an infrastructure. So when we need to think systemic-wise when it goes to digital, it's not only just go there and deploy some connected devices to make the building digital. It's not only about going to buildings or cars or factories to do things. We have to go across the board. That's the power of digital, because we were already there changing everybody's life. It's a mega trend that touches on everything. Now, what we need to really realize that not all digitalizations are the same. There are greener ones. And that is the hardest part for digital to understand, because they always partnered with the economical dimension of sustainability. We were the locomotive, the digitalization was the locomotive of economy. Lately, we understood, there are some other things like social issues, like digital gap and inequalities, and need to bring an inclusion, all those things. But we did that for decades on the expense of the environment. Now, finally, we have the three dimensions in the room, but there are not very few people that understand the three-dimensional world and how to progress at 3 dimensions at the same time. And that's a difficult narrative. Digital has to do that, and we're trying to already bring the communities to understand that we cannot go and apply digital for environment on the expense of social issues or economic issues. So it has to be profitable, it has to be socially equitable, and it has to be environmentally friendly. That's a hard place to really know where to move, and that's where I'm coming back to the metrics. And that actually can happen for every sector of economy. I just give you 1 or 2 examples just to illustrate what we're talking about. There is, in the cities, mobility as a service is a huge kind of a new way to go. Never stopping electric cars to go and take people around instead of their own cars. That's fine, it will be much more ecological. But we need to think about sustainability from the design, because there are rebound effects. And we are very good as humans to take an application and go beyond any boundary that was never thought about to get a rebound effect and destroy the environmental benefits. So in the mobility as a service, first, we have to make sure that people do not buy their own cars. Second, that it does not cannibalize the public transport. So by design, you have to make sure that the mobility as a service complements the public transport in the hours that you deploy it, in the places you deploy it to cover the last miles or whatever. And the third, that you do not let people to transpose objects that they didn't do before. So people can just stick a bottle of wine or a guitar and send it across the city, something they could not do before. That would be a rebound effect that would take all the environmental benefits. So I'm just saying that digitalization is not just by itself the force. There has to be a nice frame around it of the known unknowns with respect to rebound effects, but also dynamically adjusting the unknown unknowns that we will face in the future. But it's a huge power of working forward. It can cut 20% of the emissions, while all the digital is about 3%. It can cut 7-10 times more than its own footprint. But we need to realize that potential, and Global Innovation Hub is the way to bring all the actors to understand how to do it.
Thank you very much indeed. And that notion of dynamically working forward by design. Can I ask you, Gregor, for some comments from the GCOM perspective on that, since you are working across many cities handling exactly that challenge?
Sure. I would say, I mean, maybe just to focus on the word innovation. When we think of innovation, we tend to go to the private sector. We think of entrepreneurs and business startups, technology, digital. The acceleration of innovation through our gadgets, through things that help us day to day. And when you apply funding and brain power, when you get people focused on that level of innovation, particularly for profit, for commercial purpose, things happen very quickly. We talk about innovation when we talk about sending a man to the moon, the space race, the Apollo program that the US had, and investing in getting to the moon. We don't talk about innovation as how do we make better decisions? How do we engage each other? How do we support the most vulnerable? with the greenest possible solutions. How do we work together to turn the tide on the climate crisis? We don't talk about social innovation and political and government innovation. They're almost like oxymorons when you say government innovation, speaking as a former government official. So I think the Global Innovation Hub has a great opportunity to focus innovation on people and how we make better decisions, how we motivate and inspire each other, how do we transform all of these governments and civil society, communities, all the groups, all the attempts that we have to make change together. How do we do that better? What's the most innovative way to make these changes together? And that's where I know academia probably has lots of great ideas for this. We're stuck with systems of governance, and that are not serving us well. And we have all different systems of government. We may not have a lot of data on exactly which ones perform, particularly making the world a greener, more affordable, more just place. We need that kind of innovation to kick into gear very quickly here. We know that the technological innovation will come very fast. It always does, it always has. But the social innovation and the opportunity for the UN to lead us with this Global Innovation Hub and make the social innovation happen more quickly. I hope that's how we, as mayors, as a big network of mayors, I know there's an appetite for more innovation and how we get more support from national governments in particular, how we can accelerate our climate action on the ground with more resources and engaging our citizens with more innovation.
Thank you very much. So let's close this session with one final word from Mayor Lee, who is speaking from the ground of a practitioner perspective as one of the cities involved in this initiative.
예, 그 정책의 문제가 아니라 그 삶의 문제로 정착시키는데 UGIH가 상당히 중요하다고 생각을 합니다.
I believe UGIH is important to make climate change and climate crisis into a matter of lives instead of matter of policies.
다양한 정보들을 도시 문제화하고 그 산업이나 그 국가가 했던 것과 달리 실제적인 문제를 접할 수 있고 나눌 수 있기 때문에 그렇습니다.
This is because various governments can make the most important issue to work as a city and discuss more practical side of the issue.
예, 혁신하고 전 세계적으로 연대하는데 UGIH와 함께 그 좋은 제도를 받아들여서 시민들의 삶을 행복하게 하는 데 최선을 다하겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
I would like to put a great significance on UGIH's value, cooperation and innovation. I would like to thank you for inviting us.
Thank you very much. And with that, I think that's exactly the words that we will use to close the session. Thank you all very much for your contribution. Thank you for participating. Okay, now we will have I think it's worth standing up. I'm not sure what the COVID protocol is, but I'm going to put my mask on.
spinal tapping the microphone. Welcome. Good afternoon. Welcome to the UNFCCC Innovation Hub opening day. Very happy to have you here. If you'd like to have a seat, we'd love to start the afternoon session. We're going to open with a short video and then an introduction to the technical platform, and then there will be a pause as we swap channels on our YouTube channel and on the website. But we're very happy to have you here. No need to rush. My name is Katherine Foster. I am the Community Director of Open Earth Foundation, one of the partners of the Innovation Hub. I'm really happy to be here today to launch with Massamba Thioye and the other partners, Climate-KIC, Mission Innovation, and many others, this innovative platform. It is a virtual platform, a physical platform, focused on radical collaboration and systems change. We're going to kick off this afternoon session with our new wonderful introductory video. We're having some sound issues. I think we can loop back and start over. First day, we always have a few glitches with the technical issues. So Martin, I'm wondering if maybe we should go right to the presentation, but you will have slides
From the evidence of our own eyes, the world is running out of time on climate change. So why are solutions so elusive? Maybe we ask the wrong questions. For example, instead of asking how to reduce emissions from cars, why don't we ask where people need to go and what they need to get, and then find low-carbon solutions? Instead of just asking how to make offices energy efficient, why don't we ask what kind of space modern work requires? We should focus on what's needed, not what's currently possible. We know it from the science and from the evidence of our own eyes. The world is running out of time on climate change. So why are solutions so elusive? Maybe we ask the wrong questions. For example, instead of asking how to reduce emissions from cars, why don't we ask where people need to go and what they need to get, and then find low-carbon solutions? Instead of just asking how to make offices energy efficient, why don't we ask what kind of space modern work requires? We should focus on what's needed, not what's currently possible. We need innovative mindsets, and we need everyone, policymakers, tech leaders, finance experts, builders, thinkers, doers, everyone around the table. The United Nations Climate Change Global Innovation Hub provides that urgently needed platform for cross-disciplinary action. Harnessing the convening power of the United Nations with public and private sector leadership, the Hub is building digital tools to bridge demand and supply of climate solutions and to measure impact in line with the Paris Agreement goals. We are gathering experts and providing them space to work together in radical collaboration. Innovation is not an event or even a process. Innovation is a culture. We're building that culture to win the fight against climate change.
Open Earth is really proud to be a collaborator in this initiative and to have contributed also to the making of this video. I think it speaks to something that the partners really do understand and believe, and that is the need for systems change, cross-cultural, cross-trans-sectoral innovation, systems thinking, moonshot thinking. And to that end, I am very pleased to introduce my colleague, Martin Wainstein, Executive Director of the Open Earth Foundation, who's going to walk through the technical platform and of the Innovation Hub. Thank you.
Catherine, it's really a pleasure to address you all today. It's been a fascinating journey working with the UN on helping launch this specific day. What I'd like to share a little bit is what we took on a couple months ago, and where we're at and where we're going with this vision. Catherine mentioned, I'm Martin Wainstein, Executive Director of the Open Earth Foundation. We work in the intersection of emerging digital technology and systems thinking. So I'll also share a little bit about how our pathways connected with the UNFCCC and Massamba Choi's vision for the Global Innovation Hub and the whole team working together. And I'm going to check actually what my clicker works, because it would be fascinating to be able to do this from here. Torsten, if you're able to check the USB of the clicker. I'm not able to get slides across, but this is already a... Maybe I'll kickstart with some mentions until I'm able to pass through the slides. I was saying we work in really big picture approach to our challenges, planetary scale, and that comes from the ability to do systems thinking. And this is a great opportunity to bring that level of thinking, to build a digital platform for climate, but also human innovation. This work really puts the challenge of having a moonshot thinking beyond our sectoral approach, but also from moonshot thinking to earthshot action. Still not connected to my... Okay, all right. So maybe go back. It was working before. Let's see. Oh. Okay. Did you go before? Click before. Before. No, you're going forward. So I want to talk a little bit about what was so exciting for us to engage with the UGH. What are some of the expectations for COP26 and onwards? Because in many ways, there's multiple ways in which the Global Innovation Hub needs to be able to interface with its users, and this physical hub and the dialogues that we'll have over the next coming weeks are key. And also some of the contributions to the project to introduce the different work streams on the digital side, and the roadmap of building that digital infrastructure. So I'll start with that intersection between us as an organization and the vision of the Global Innovation Hub. Next slide. As I mentioned, we're based in California, where historically has been a big center for digital innovation and startup culture. But also done in very proprietary approaches. So we bring in a very important lens around the role of digital public goods and open digital infrastructure. In many ways, we find that the lack of digital integration in our climate action is a fundamental problem, and its underlying issue in general is this misalignment between the tech sector and what we can call a global earth preservation and policy network. Solutions are misaligned. Even within the tech sector, they're fragmented. So as a nonprofit, we really wanted to find ways in which bridge that gap and also tackle the opportunity, which is how do we think about digital infrastructure that help us better manage planet Earth?
And so we think about Earth system governance and Earth system management in the way that the internet empowers so much of what we do. How do we have a climate internet to be able to manage our roadmap to net zero and our actions? And so our work drives from three core inputs. One is the focus on that complex systems thinking and the focus on emerging digital technology. So we do a lot of work in distributed ledger technology, which is how I met Massamba Thioye as co-founding partner of the Climate Change Coalition. And the importance of not just open source, it's the collaboration of the actors that are important to set open standards and open protocols. We see a level of collaboration in the open source community that we're not used to seeing. Right now in the distributed ledger world, DeFi, people are coming together, they've never met each other, and they're building products and platforms that are usable within months. So we think this is a very important part. So our way of thinking is to think about systems dynamics. We have to accelerate the flow of financial capital into climate action, then turn that into climate value, and into proper accounts and records. It's looking at the system first that then leads us to think about all the different interventions and platforms that can play an opportunity to remove the frictions of these system dynamics. So in the next slide, or the builds, we talk about some of the work that we've been doing on climate accounting, on Paris-aligned accounting systems, and in the next one, more on the climate action financing. So if this is a little bit what we've been working on, you can imagine that when we got introduced to the idea of the Global Innovation Hub, the next slide really puts one of the things that's at the heart of this view, which is we have to look not at what is perceived as possible, we need to look at what's needed. And innovation needs to be able to bridge this gap. Otherwise, we're going to continue doing pledges and actions based on that paradigm. But that's one aspect of the Global Innovation Hub. The second one is that if we think about our if we think about good frameworks that we have around climate solutions and the exponential emissions, we look at our climate goal needs and those sectoral pathways. We also look at our SDG funnels, or we look at open innovation as a funnel that will say, well, let's focus on our core human needs as the pull factor. So how do we drive innovation to meet these core needs, but that come from the type of solutions that we are already drawing out, and actually sort of use that as a filter for the type of clusters of innovations to meet those core needs. For us, as a very Earth-centric organization, this was quite a challenge, is bringing in that core human factor, and a perfect place where that intersection happens is in cities. So we're very excited to be able to collaborate with UNFCCC and the core partners of the GIH to also help launch core pilots on the ground. With that as an introduction, which really at least expresses the immediate synergy as soon as we heard the idea and we went in full force to help with this launch, I'd like to share a bit about some of these expectations. So we see the work at this physical hub in the Pavillon as an ultimate opportunity for actors to define those collaborative pathways. We come to COP year after year, sharing things that we're doing, but not always do we come out of COP with very clear consolidated, because we still don't have a culture of using COP as our workstation, as where we actually sit down and whiteboard and come up with agreements. So as we're moving away from COP playing a role of core negotiation into action, we'd love to see the physical hub years to come to be an on-site place for agile product development and digital infrastructure development, where we can ideate the right level of tools that are needed, because all the stakeholders that need certain tools are right here. So it's an unparalleled opportunity to use COP and the physical pavilion to be able to trace that. So for the first week, our thoughts is it'll play a role of an introduction, and that's also the case for the whole program. Launching the program, which is today a historic day for it. being able to do an open review and feedback of where we're at and what the vision is. There needs to be constant multi-stakeholder validation of this theory of change, so inviting everyone to participate, and those high-level definitions, and then start crafting those pilot programs. For the second week, and obviously these kind of connect, the idea is to do a lot more workshops and on-site innovation, bring in the thematic clusters, bring in the theory of change out in the open to consolidate, to leave COP with a very clear path of what we need to build, and actually going straight into the product side, doing user acceptance testing. We were just talking in a high-level panel with mayors of cities and ministers. They are the users of these tools, or they're one of the primary users of these tools, and we get them to test those first ideas. So we leave COP saying, like, we already got the feedback of what to build, and then we already launched the pilots so that we test them as we go. For COP26, 27, it would be great to have a very, very beautifully busy 2022 building, testing, launching things on the ground, and hopefully when we stand in the physical pavilion of COP27 in Egypt, we'll be able to share a URL where you can go in and log in and have multiple functional features, urban program simulations, feasibility assessment and scenario analysis, something that produces finance-ready programs for cities, for subnationals, and the proper integration of financial actors as enablers. So that's actually very forward-thinking, something that has not happened before, particularly in the history of UNFCCC, because it's looking at a tool that would have the capacity to model urban situations, bring in financial tools, and that doesn't work for just one city, that it's a digital tool that, as we know, scales unlimitedly. But also that we're able to get to COP27 with a couple of real-world city pilots, at least 3, and run multiple urban solution matching and simulation outcomes. And because we know this is a marathon. Every COP we got to do better than the previous one, and we do agree that we come together and convene. So it's a perfect place for us to revisit the status of this tool. Imagine if for every application or tool we use, we get the chance for most of its primary users to convene. It's an amazing opportunity. So finally, I'd like to walk through a couple of the work streams that we've done with the UNFCCC, with the core partners, working together to get us to this first launch, and some of the things that we'll be also unraveling over the next coming days and coming weeks. The next slide just will show these 3 digital work streams. One very important one is the UGIH website that's now live at the UNFCCC portal. The second one is a demo site that it's being developed as a minimum platform that hosts questionnaires to be able to already engage in potential users and having them answer questions of their solutions. So we don't want to lose any time of gathering data and insight for the development of the tool. And finally, I'd like to talk a little bit about a full prototype, which in the digital product development world requires to mock up that product. It's always better to design, change, destroy, start again, rather than going and building the engineer from scratch. So for the first one, if you're arriving here for the first time, the Secretariat has the pleasure to announce that the website to the UN Climate Change Global Innovation Hub is now live. You will find it in the section of topics. And it hosts already a lot of language that describes the platform. It hosts the videos that we just saw. It will continue uploading documents. There's a frequently asked questions sector there. So it will be a constant tool of an information hub for the Global Innovation Hub. So I think Carlos or someone can confirm that this was properly launched just on Sunday. So now we go to the demo site, a basic site that the key thing is to define a minimum engineering, digital engineering, as a proof of concept for what we want to build in the longer term. Something that can properly test a couple of things, login credentials. We foresee the Global Innovation Hub being able to be a platform that connects climate demand from cities and subnational governments with climate solutions to have sensitive data. So the digital trust and the digital privacy is key. And so in the next slide, there was an animated GIF that I don't know if it's playing well in PowerPoint, but you can probably flick through the next slide to see. Yeah, I don't think PowerPoint's picking up the GIF very well. Maybe just go to the next one. And next. So we are introducing a pretty important technology that uses distributed ledgers and blockchain to create encryption between the user of a platform and who issues the credential to use the platform. So if we think about this allows one to hold the credential to access the platform, and from the phone, from a digital wallet, you can scan and log in. And so what it means is that your credential is kind of like your driver's license, your license to operate, to be invited to participate here, and the UNFCCC can issue that. But it also produces something very important, is how do you have a level of privacy and transparency that you can really regulate as a user of the platform what information you want to disclose. So as you log in, you'll be welcome as a user, explain that this is a demo site, so we start doing a lot of gathering, see some of the active challenges. The way that the Global Innovation Hub platform is foreseen is the Secretariat and a network of experts will launch specific challenges. And those challenges will invite different entities to come in and submit demands or solutions to those challenges. So for a city, for example, that has an unmet core need such as shelter, can submit a demand for this challenge, which is how do we meet the fulfillment of shelter in a low carbon way that's aligned with the Paris Agreement. And that will take you directly, as soon as you press demand, into a questionnaire, a dynamic questionnaire that helps the platform gather that information about you, about your city, about your data readiness, and a lot more questionnaires embedded there. Access, shelter, creating a challenge, submitting a solution, even more leisure, food, clothing, questionnaires that the UNFCCC put together, and we were working with them on testing them, and we've picked a very dynamic and agile way of doing questionnaires because we need to learn from the users constantly. We need to be able to know what are the right questions that we need to ask, know if we're asking the right questions, what are the questions that we're missing, to be able to turn that into a better matching of the climate demand with the solutions, better modeling. And the demo site will, as I was saying before, host some blockchain-based verifiable credentials. We recently had the Minister of Environment at British Columbia. The British Columbia has a particularity that's one of the subnational governments that is a core maintainer of an open source blockchain-based framework called Hyperledger Aries. So normally when we sign to a platform, we have a two-factor authentication, an SMS, but all of our information is hosted on the cloud, so it creates a lot of centrality for our data, and it exposes a lot, whoever is the host of the platform, that if something gets attacked, all that information of that city can be exposed. So what will be already embedded in the demo site, launching in a week or maybe a couple of weeks after we finish quality assurance, is the ability for issuance of these credentials for the users that establish this trusted connection, and actually can be done in a totally passwordless way. And what happens is that the user gets issued a decentralized identifier. So that allows us, everything obviously goes into a lot more technical aspects, but allows the users of the platform to have a lot more control of their information, even control or protection from the host of the platform, which is eventually UNFCCC. And then I'll just briefly mention on the next slide what that entails is that you often have an issuer of a credential. If we think about driver's license, the government is issuing, or a provincial government issues a license, and you're the holder. And a verifier, let's say a police officer, can stop and ask for your license to see if you can use that car. Well, what's very important in credentials, and what new digital technology enables, is that we can have verifiers that can ask questions that we can trust the answer without knowing the source data used to answer that. What does that mean? If I get stopped by a police officer and I have a verifiable digital credential, the police officer should be able to ask one single question: are you allowed to drive this vehicle, yes or no? And then my credential should be able to respond that. It should not have access to all kinds of data about myself that maybe exposes myself to discrimination, etc. So this is at the crux of this technology that we particularly chose to test drive on the demo site because it lies at the perfect interface between government, technology, and private sector, which is why British Columbia has been also, and we've been working with them on the deployment of that, particularly as it pertains to climate accounting. So the third part is, how do we envision the tool? How do we envision a fully functional platform? So for that, in our world, requires to prototype it. We've now, with our team, put able more than 100 user interface designs of that full platform. And digital product and software development is an expensive endeavor. And it requires a lot of agility so that we make sure that we really understand what we're building. If we take an analogy with architecture, we don't start putting the scaffolding and the pillars if we don't know exactly what the building we want to design. So it makes sense to start with our blueprints. So we started with those blueprints, understanding the theory of change, and this will just show you just an introduction to this. We have I'll just show you the very first experience. Next slide, click. Oh, no, it should. There's a video. Maybe that video should play. Maybe go back. Sorry, somehow the clicker didn't work. I love having clickers, but unfortunately, I'm having to do a verbal clicking. No chance of that video. Okay. Well, we'll have a couple of other chances, and we'd love to, everyone in the audience that would like to participate in user acceptance testing, particularly in the second week, we'd love to sit down with a couple of you and start testing the tool. And the primary story flow that we see important here is if, let's say you're a sustainability officer in a metropolitan city, you will find out about the Global Innovation Hub. You will go first to the website. You're an unauthenticated user. You will link to the web application. You're still unauthenticated, and then you're going to sign up. And when you sign up, what the platform will do is authenticate you. So that doesn't mean just, okay, you're the person that has the email that said that has the email. We also need to know, if you're a sustainability officer of the city, how do we in fact understand that we are interfacing between a UN platform and a city official. The user will complete the settings. Furthermore, they will further verify that. So for us to do a proper modeling, which I'll talk about it now, the data has to be verifiable. So otherwise, we'll lose time modeling outdated data from a city. So the next part is in the user dashboard. They will provide a lot of that data, and that gets validated. And we move forward into the primary actions that we expect users to take. We expect the Secretariat and different partners to launch global challenges, sectoral challenges, and inviting cities and subnational governments to submit demands for them. Invite climate solution providers to submit their solutions. And there's a very important part, which is where matching happens. So if you have your demand for shelter, clothing, and with the constraint of the Paris alignment, a net zero target, how do we understand to better bring in the right level of providers? We just heard ministers sharing experiences in their city with heat waves, realizing that a lot of their infrastructure lacked heat pumps, HVAC systems. So that's a good example of what does it take for us to ensure that we meet that. And this is probably one of the most complicated things that makes this project unique and particularly challenging, which is then how do we model that? If we think about a city scale with multiple core human needs and the need for low carbon innovation, there needs to be a process which is the holistic solution, so multiple solutions clustered together, being able to do feasibility assessments, scenario analysis. So probably the most complex urban and climate model. This is what the UN Global Innovation Hub is presenting in some sense. The approval and agreements for that program, and the enablement and development, something also quite unique in the process. How do we finance that? So if we now have a fully modeled program for a city, we have thousands of vendors that can come in and solve it. What is something that a city often needs? Well, who's gonna finance it? And what financiers want is, well, what are the risks around that project, and what's the reputation of the suppliers, and how do we remove frictions in the financing process? How do we bring in a proper tracking of those processes so that we know that once it gets rolled out, we can go into accounting processes to ensure that no matter which jurisdiction that you're in, your actions roll up to some level of an NDC progress. So we start with human needs, but we finish with fulfilling our Paris goals. This is a very ambitious vision, but something that, at least from us as a nonprofit working with core partners, would love to turn that into a vision. And as I've said, we've already spent almost like 100 user interface designs of what would be the standing in the shoes of a sustainability officer of a city, what would be their experience with this interface. And we look forward to doing a lot more of these, well, to start actually the user testing and get feedback from, I think we have a lot of the anchor users, the first important users of a product here at COP. So we look forward to making this a very productive 2 weeks. And like I mentioned at the beginning, being able to come out of COP knowing with a very, very good vision of what to build, what to launch, what to test, and what are all the parties that need to come together to make that happen. With that, I'd like to, maybe if we have time for Q&A.
Thank you, Martin. I think that's an awesome presentation, and we will definitely have some time for Q&A. So I just want to thank you for a great presentation. And I think we have time for 1 or 2 questions, and I have a mic here for anyone that has. If we can turn it on. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Oh, yes. David Walker from City, and another partner of the UNFCCC. Really fascinating. First of all, congratulate you on an amazing bit of thinking and planning. My big question here is, where are you aiming this at? Do you see this as an advanced economy, developed market pitch, or is this the fast-growing EM, underserved metropolitan and mayoral challenge?
Very important. Thank you for that question. We talked about it this morning with our core partners. Massamba shared a quote, and we, at least the way it resounded to me in what he described as the wisdom of preventing problems, is that we cannot aim this to solve one part. It has to address everyone, right? So, but how do we do that? Because the archetypes of cities, needs, and solutions available to them are very different. So this is why being able to stand in the shoes of very different users and get their feedback and be user responsive is very important for the tool, right? If you build a digital tool that's designed for a Western mindset, used to Western type applications, this might not speak to you. So that's one of the challenges from the digital solution side. From the practical side, the view is that if we think about the type of pilots that we need to do with cities, we have to pick a certain amount of archetypes in the global south, in the north, coastal cities, island cities, that will help us understand the challenges, that heterogeneous reality that they all have. If we try to focus a whole solution in just one, and we see it and it works, but then we've got the rest of the world to cater to, we haven't solved the problem. So I think the challenge for the next year is to have the proper insight of what those archetypes are, establish the right type of partnerships, and almost have that level of ambidexterity, because what will come back will be very different. So that's just more on the strategy on how to address that. But But the answer to your question is it has to work for everyone. Cities will host most of the people in the world, and we can't just make a solution that just works for one type of city.
Do we have time for one more question? Kirsten.
Thank you very much, Martin. Can I ask two questions? In one very, very quick technical one, but I want to build on this question here about what it is that cities really could use this with or for, and who it's really aimed at. One of the experiences that we have from working with cities in portfolios of innovations is that matchmaking runs out of steam fast, because in fact it's more a question of constant experimentation and experience from all sorts of different partial pieces of a puzzle, and you end up much more in a foundry logic on making new ways of imagining, new ways of building, thinking. So I'm intrigued in how we could imagine that as part of a user journey, one where it's kind of less mathematical or mechanical and really creating a space for generative discovery. And my second question, which is just pure technical, is the proof of work, proof of stake, proof of everything process and its energy footprint. What are our ideas for how to make this a genuinely regenerative digital footprint?
Great.
Thank
Awesome.
you. We only have 1 minute left. I'm sorry.
Wait. For the first one, I think that Massamba also would probably the edge of his seat was want to answer, and feel free. My response, based on also his vision, is when the matchmaking doesn't produce the solution, that's a great thing to go into the challenge, right? It's like the foundry. Here's a gap. We identify those gaps. So. But that's also where the matchmaking doesn't stop there, right? We have to take it into maybe we find bottlenecks over there. Maybe I ran out of battery. That's probably it. I know. We bump into the matching happened, but as soon as we try to drive it forward, we bump into new problems. It's hard to remove frictions in the financing process. It's hard to really manage the risk of it. So those are all the type of gaps, and learning from those portfolios and how they translate from a matching into a foundry, that's key. And also, how does it, if there's a gap, it creates a challenge, something new comes in, how does that spread, right? I think before passing the mic to Massamba, to the technical question, a proof of work is a protocol that's native to Bitcoin and is also still active in Ethereum. There's no specific use for the Bitcoin network in this platform, and everyone will have different thoughts around this. But this is not built on Bitcoin. And Ethereum also has a lot of benefits. But fortunately, Ethereum also has been able to bring in different layers on top of it that allows to reduce the footprint. But what I discussed before on verifiable credentials, Hyperledger technology uses Byzantine fault tolerance, so it's very low carbon intensity. So it's less than hosting information on the cloud. But we don't see one blockchain to rule them all here. This is why, as this project moves forward, it could be a great pool to bring in all the necessary open infrastructure that's needed to bring the DLT, the distributed ledger technology space together, inter-blockchain communication, common protocols, common standards. If we don't see the United Nations Climate Change Global Innovation Hub as a good reason for us to create that digital infrastructure to interoperate our records, what else, right? So I'll leave it at that. Massamba, maybe you want to add something else.
Thank you. I'll turn to Massamba to make final comment and close the session. Thank you very much. We're going to take a 10-minute break after your comments.
No, just very quickly to address the two questions, because they are somehow interlinked. So as it was mentioned by Martin, it's not only a platform for search of solution. It's also a platform for development of solutions. So it means that when the search engine go out and look for solution and nothing is found, then the demand for climate solution is broadcasted, and the solution developers are invited to work and develop new solutions. So this is really a very important aspect. And this is also what make it very, very open. Because what the platform will do is first to try as much as possible to understand what are the specific needs. You are very right, it's very difficult to have a tool that is broadly applicable, but that at the same time take into account the specificities. That's quite challenging. But here what we are doing, all the first steps are focusing in understanding what are the specific needs, and then the needs will be translated into demand for solution that could either be found by the search engine or broadcasted for the development of a new solution. I'll stop there.
Much. And with that, I'm afraid we have to close this session. I want to thank again Martin and Massamba for bringing us together on this ambitious and innovative hub. Thank you very much. We're going to take a 10-minute break now.
We know it from the science and from the evidence of our own eyes. The world is running out of time on climate change. So why are solutions so elusive? Maybe we ask the wrong questions. For example, instead of asking how to reduce emissions from cars, why don't we ask where people need to go and what they need to get, and then find low-carbon solutions? Instead of just asking how to make offices energy efficient, why don't we ask what kind of space modern work requires? We should focus on what's needed, not what's currently possible. We need innovative mindsets, and we need everyone, policymakers, tech leaders, finance experts, builders, thinkers, doers, everyone around the table. The United Nations Climate Change Global Innovation Hub provides that urgently needed platform for cross-disciplinary action. Harnessing the convening power of the United Nations, with public and private sector leadership, the Hub is building digital tools to bridge demand and supply of climate solutions and to measure impact in line with the Paris Agreement goals. We are gathering experts and providing them space to work together in radical collaboration. Innovation is not an event or even a process. Innovation is a culture. We're building that culture to win the fight against climate change.
Can you hear me now? There we go. That's much better. Thank you to the back of the room for letting me know. Thank you so much for everybody for joining us today, those here in person and those who are joining us on YouTube as well. Apologies for the slightly late running and some slow, subtle changes to our schedule. We'll do our very best to get everybody back on time. It's an honor to be here today. For those of you who don't know, I am a weather forecaster here in the United Kingdom. I broadcast the weather every morning. Increasingly, I've been talking more and more about climate change. I have a 4-year-old daughter, so it's become increasingly important for me to make sure that all of the work that everybody's doing here today is seen through, so that things I've seen. I went to Svalbard recently, which is warming more than anywhere else on planet Earth, and the impacts of climate change are very real and happening very rapidly there. I want to make sure that what I saw there, she'll be able to see when she's my age. And this session is really important because obviously this morning and today for the next 2 days, we have our leaders from all over the world putting forward their ambitions for how they're going to cut targets. And yes, it happens on a national level and a government level, but it's the subnational level and the city and the government level that's going to be so important to looking at how we can achieve our changes in the future and how we can be more innovative with our climate solutions. So we have some fantastic speakers joining us first of all this afternoon, and I would just like to hear from them, as I'm sure all of us will, a little bit about what they're doing in the city and subnation where they live, what their hopes are for the future, and then later on, once they've all spoken, we'll have a chance for some questions and answers. So first up, I would like to invite the Mayor of Goyang City, who I believe is coming up with his interpreter. Welcome.
예, 반갑습니다. 대한민국 고양시장 이재주입니다. 오늘 세계적인 무대에서 고양시 그간의 성과에 대해서, 성과 비전에 대해서 이야기할 수 있게 돼서 대단히 반갑습니다.
Very all nice to meet you. I'm Jae-jun Lee, the Mayor of Goyang City Government in the Republic of Korea. We are pleased to share what Goyang City has achieved so far and our visions on this global stage today.
고양시는 도시의 많은 정책들을 수행하는 데 있어서 탄소 중립을 우선순위에 두고 있습니다. 환경 보호는 더 이상 선택이 아닙니다. 시민과의 협치를 통해서 녹지 보존, 탄소 중립, 기반도성 계획 및 도시재생, 교육 등과 연계해서 도시 전체가 탄소 중립을 향하도록 계획을 추진하고 있습니다.
Goyang City is attempting an integrated approach with carbon neutrality as a priority in implementing many of the city's policies. Since environmental protection is no longer an option, we plan to ensure that the entire city is directed toward carbon neutrality in connection with green space conservation, carbon neutrality-based urban planning and regeneration, and education through cooperation with civil societies.
고양은 환경 자원을 많이 보존하고 있지만 또한 빠르게 성장하고 있는 도시이기도 합니다.
Goyang is a city with a lot of environmental resources, but it is also a city that is growing rapidly.
지금 고양은 100만 인구가 거주하고 있는 규모 있는 도시입니다. 현재 5개의 도시재생 뉴딜과 국가 규모의 뉴타운 사업이 예정되어 있습니다.
It has grown into a city with a population of 1.09 million, and currently 5 New Deal projects and national-scale new town projects are scheduled, so a large-scale urbanization is planned.
개발과 보존이 공존하는 고양시는 더욱 탄소 중립에 대해서 검증해야 합니다. 그리고 시민들과 함께 이뤄내야 한다고 생각합니다. 이 자리에 계신 시장님들께서도 같은 고민을 하고 계실 줄 알고 있습니다.
In this process, Goyang needs to focus more on carbon neutrality, and I believe it should be achieved with our citizens. Mayors here are having the same concern, I believe. Let me introduce a few examples of Goyang City.
대한민국은 NDC 2018년 배출량 대비 40% 감축을 목표로 하고 있습니다. 쉬운 일은 아닐 것입니다. 고양은 도시로서 그 목표를 지지하고 기여하기 위해서 고양시 나름의 목표, 말하자면 도시 자발 감축 목표를 세워 추진하고 있습니다.
South Korea's nationally determined contribution, NDC, aims to reduce emissions by 40% compared to 2018. It won't be easy. To support and contribute to this aim, Goyang, as a city, has established the so-called Urban Voluntary Reduction Goal.
2030년 온실가스 배출 전망치 대비 32.8% 감축을 목표로 설정하였고 6개 분야별 92개 세부 계획을 수립해서 온실가스 감축 계획에 따라 사업을 추진하고 있습니다.
The goal is to reduce 32.8% compared to the 2030 greenhouse gas emission outlook BAU. 92 detailed project plans have been established for each of the 6 areas to promote the project in accordance with the greenhouse gas reduction plan.
고양시는 온실가스 감축 목표를 이행하기 위해서 국내 타 지자체보다 2년 이상 빨리 최신의 온실가스 인벤토리를 구축했습니다.
Goyang has established the latest greenhouse gas inventory more than 2 years earlier than other local governments in South Korea to achieve the greenhouse gas reduction goals.
또한 기후변화 대응 조례를 제정하여 온실가스 감축 계획뿐 아니라 매년 이행 점검을 실시하여 실행이 수반되도록 제도 기반을 정비하였습니다. 이행 점검 외에도 지콤 및 네이스 투 제로 캠페인에 참여해서 대외적으로 감축 노력을 검증받고자 하고 있습니다.
Additionally, the Climate Change Response Ordinance was enacted to reorganize the institutional foundation for implementation by conducting annual implementation inspections as well as greenhouse gas reduction plans. In particular, in addition to monitoring and self-assessment, we participated in the GCOM and Race to Zero campaigns to verify our efforts to reduce internally and externally.
온실가스 감축은 전 영역 모두가 참여해 가능합니다. 고양시는 시민과 기업, 시민단체가 함께 탄소 중립을 향해 노력하고 있습니다.
Greenhouse gas reduction is possible only when all areas take part. Goyang is striving for carbon neutrality with citizens, businesses, and civic groups.
먼저 고양시는 시민 인식 전환을 위해 교육을 도입하였습니다. 2주 전부터 고양시 최초로 기후환경학교가 개설되어 매 주말마다 누구나 온오프라인으로 전문 강의를 듣고 논할 수 있는 자리가 마련되었습니다.
First, Goyang initiated education for improving public awareness. Specifically speaking, 2 weeks ago, Goyang's first climate environment school has been opened. It functions as an online and offline platform where anyone can take lectures from experts and discuss with them.
또한 지난해 전국 최초로 고양시 시민단체 242개 7천여 명으로 탄소중립 시민 실천연대를 구성하였습니다. 현재 참여 인원은 15,000명까지 증가하였으며 지원조례를 통해 스스로 활동할 수 있도록 지원하고 있습니다.
In addition, last year, the nation's first 242 civic groups in Goyang formed the Citizens Action Coalition for Carbon Neutral, consisting of 7,000 people. Currently, the number of participants has increased to 15,000, and we are supporting them to work on their own by enacting support ordinances and forming a steering committee.
농협은행과 녹색금융 상품을 개발했고 I급 생협과 플라스틱 줄이기 운동 등 기업과 협업을 통해 시민 개개인의 생활 속에서 기후 행동에 대한 동기부여를 위해 인센티브를 확대하고 좋은 아이디어를 제공함으로써 열심히 돕고자 합니다.
We are working hard to expand incentives and provide good ideas to motivate individuals' climate action in their lives through collaboration with companies such as developing green financial projects with NH Nonghyap Bank, creating a plastic reduction movement with ICOOP, Icoup Consumer Cooperative.
고양시 정책의 또 하나의 특징은 자연자원을 활용하고 더욱 확대함으로써 온실가스 흡수 정책을 추진하는 것에 있습니다.
Another key point in Goyang's policy is to promote greenhouse gas absorption policy by utilizing and expanding natural resources. This is also very important.
우리 시는 연간 7,490톤의 탄소를 흡수하는 대규모 탄소 흡수원인 장항습지를 보유하고 있습니다.
Our city has a huge carbon absorption source called Changhwang Wetland, which absorbs 7,490 tons of carbon annually.
올해 5월 21일 남사로 습지로 등록된 장암 습지는 면적은 약 6km 평방미터에 속하고 도심 속의 대규모 습지로서 인정받고 있습니다.
Changhwang Wetland, registered as Ramsay Wetland on May 21st this year, is recognized as a large-scale wetland within the city with an area of about 6 square kilometers.
천연기념물과 멸종위기 동물을 포함하여 총 1,060여 종이 매년 3만여 마리 이상이 방문하고 있어 2019년 철새보호 국제기구인 EAFP에 등재하였습니다.
More than 30,000 animals, a total of 1,066 species, including natural monuments and endangered animals, visit every year. Thereby, Janghang Wetland was registered in the EAAFP, an international organization for the protection of migratory birds, in 2019.
고양시는 자연습지보존위에 국내 최초로 고양 나무권리 선언을 선포하였습니다. 나무의 권리를 보호하는 기본 이념을 정립하였으며 사람과 나무가 공존하는 녹색 도시를 조성하고자 다짐하였습니다.
In addition to preserving natural wetlands, Goyang City declared the first Goyang Tree Rights Declaration in South Korea. We established a basic ideology to protect the rights of trees and vowed to create a green city where people and trees coexist.
이러한 다짐을 바탕으로 가로수 2열 식재 의무화, 하천 푸른 숲길 40km 조성, 고양 시민 105만 그루 희망나무 심기 등 다양한 녹지 정책으로 시민 1인당 약 8.5 평방미터의 높은 녹지 면적을 제공하고 있습니다.
Based on this commitment, Goyang citizens are provided with a green area about 8.5 square meter per citizen through various eco-friendly green space policies, such as mandatory planting of second rows of street trees, creating 40 kilometers of river green forest roads, and 1.05 million planting trees.
이외에도 도심숲 조성, LID 기법을 적용한 고양시만의 빗물 저금통 등을 마련하여 물순환을 개선하고 자투리 숲지를 조성하여 녹지 확대를 위해 노력하고 있습니다.
In addition, we are striving to improve water circulation by creating urban forest and preparing rain banks unique to Goyang using LID techniques, and to expand green areas by creating small wetlands.
도심 등 녹지는 미세먼지와 온실가스를 저감할 뿐만 아니라 도시 열섬화로 인한 도시 폭염 문제 해결에 중요한 열쇠가 되어줄 것입니다.
Green areas in the city will not only reduce fine dust and greenhouse gases, but will also be an important key to solving the urban heat wave problem caused by urban heat isolation.
고양시는 2019년 한국토지주택공사, 경기도시주택공사, 고양도시관리공사 간 녹색건축 공동선언을 시작으로 2020년에는 LH와 탄소저감 청정단지 조성을 업무협약을 체결하였습니다. 공공임대주택 단지에는 신재생 에너지 발전을 의무 적용할 것입니다.
Starting with the joint declaration of Green Architect in 2019 between the Korea Land and Housing Corporation (LH), Gyeonggi Housing Corporation (GH), and Goyang Urban Management Corporation (GYS), Goyang City signed a Creating Carbon Reduction Clean Complex Agreement with LH in 2020 to apply renewable energy generation to all public renting housing complexes.
또한 2021년 녹색건축물 조성 지원조례 개정과 녹색건축 설계 기준 등을 마련하여 건축물을 설계 단계부터 녹색건축물로 조성하고 기존 건축물은 고양시 녹색건축물 조성 지원조례에 따라 재정 지원 사업을 하여 시민 참여를 유도하고 있습니다.
In addition, the Green Building Creation Support Ordinance was revised in 2021, and green building design standards were established to create green buildings from the building design stage, and existing buildings are encouraged to participate through financial support projects under the Goyang City Green Building Creation Support Ordinance.
고양시는 화석연료에서 자립하기 위해서 2030년까지 자립률 20% 달성을 목표로 지난 5년간 100억 원 이상의 태양광 발전에 투자하였습니다.
Goyang City has invested more than 10 billion won, Korean won, in solar power generation over the past 5 years to achieve a 20% energy independence rate by 2030 to become independent from fossil fuels, and is currently exceeding its annual installation target.
고양시에는 미래 세대를 위해 향후 30년간 개발하지 않기로 약속한 땅이 있습니다. 참고로 고양시 땅값은 굉장히 비쌉니다. 5만 5천 평방미터에 달하는 땅을 매매를 한다면 큰 수익이 나겠지만 건물로 채워져가는 현재의 모습이 안타까워 도심 가운데 공터로 남겨놓고 있습니다.
Goyang has a land that it has promised not to develop over the next 30 years for future generations. For reference, the land price of Goyang is very expensive. It would be a great profit to trade 55,000 square meters of land, but I felt sorry for the current appearance of being filled with buildings, so I left a vacant spot in the middle of the city and plant beautiful flowers every season, returning them to citizens, hoping that the city can breathe is the core of Goyang administration.
이는 난개발을 거듭해온 과거에 대한 반성이자 현 세대가 다음 세대를 위해 지불하는 복구 비용입니다. 고양시에 오신다면은 제가 직접 소개해드리도록 하겠습니다.
This is a reflection on the past that has been undergoing reckless development and the cost of restoration paid by the current generation for the next generation. If you come to Goyang, I'll introduce it to myself.
내년에 고양시에는 큰 스포츠 행사인 세계 태권도 대회가 열립니다. 고양이 특별히 준비하고 있는 유니폼은 PET를 재활용한 소재로 만든 친환경 유니폼입니다. 현장 참가자는 모두 다이용컵을 사용하도록 할 계획입니다.
Next year, the World Taekwondo Competition, a big sports event, will be held in Goyang City. The uniform that Goyang is specially preparing is an eco-friendly uniform made by recycled PET. Also, all on-site participants plan to use multi-use cups.
이번 메가 이벤트를 성공시킨 후에는 연간 700만 명이 방문하는 고양시 컨벤션 센터인 킨덱스의 모든 행사를 대상으로 그린 컨벤션을 진행할 예정입니다.
After succeeding in this mega event, we plan to expand the Green Convention for all events of Kintex, a convention center in Goyang that 7 million people visit annually.
앞으로 무엇보다도 중요한 과정은 고민과 숙고의 과정이 될 것입니다. 고향은 탄소 중립을 향해 가는 길에 많은 산재해 있는 문제점들을 해결하기 위해 해외, 국내 전문가들과 지속적으로 논의하고 해결책을 찾아내고자 합니다. 이미 고향 도시 포럼이라는 플랫폼을 활용하여 진행 중에 있습니다.
In the future, the most important process will be the process of consideration and reflection. Goyang wants to continue to discuss and find solutions with overseas and domestic experts to solve problems scattered on its way to carbon neutrality. It is already in progress using a platform that I've planned called the Goyang City Forum.
또한 창의적이고 확산 가능성이 있는 정책들을 발굴해서 실천하기 위해 노력 중이며 사업 모델을 만들어 타 도시와의 협력이 가능하도록 하고 있습니다.
Additionally, we are trying to discover and implement creative and spreadable policies, and we are creating a business model to enable cooperation with other cities.
다만 이를 위해서는 우리 시의 탄소 배출 현황을 분석하여 실제로 줄일 수 있는 양을 개정하고 실현 가능한 목표를 정하는 것이 당면 과제인데 세계의 표준이 될 수 있는 온실가스 계정 시스템을 마련을 위해 UNFCCC와 함께 협의 중에 있습니다.
However, to this end, we are working with the UNFCCC to analyze the current status of carbon emissions in our city, account for the amount that can actually be reduced, set feasible goals, and establish a greenhouse gas accounting system that can become the world's standard.
고향은 탄소 중립 사회로 향한 목표를 가지고 앞으로 노력을 아끼지 않을 것입니다.
Goyang is a city that strives, and we will spare no effort in the future with the goal of a carbon neutral society.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have to say, I love the sound of the beautiful area in the middle with the flowers, and one day I will visit. Thank you for the invitation. We're all coming. Thank you so much. We'll have questions and answers just a little bit later on. Our next guest, who has been waiting very patiently across the other side of the pond, thank you so much for waiting for us. This is Mayor Kennedy Stewart from Vancouver, where it is around about 7:30 something in the morning, so it's very early for you. We look forward to hearing the innovations that you have where you are, and I'm sure already being inspired from what you've heard so far today.
Thank you so much. Good morning. And as said, I'm Mayor Kennedy Stewart from the city of Vancouver. I first want to acknowledge that I'm speaking today from the unceded stolen territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations. I'll begin this morning by providing some context about Vancouver and then move on to speak about three items. First, I provide an example as to how we generate disruptive innovation to tackle climate change. Secondly, how we use regulation to drive growth in our clean tech sector. And third, how reconciliation with Indigenous people is part of everything we do here in Vancouver. So first, I'll start with some context. 2 years ago, during global demonstrations led by Greta Thunberg and other young people all around the world, More than 100,000 of us here in Vancouver took to the streets to protest inaction on climate change. This was indeed a remarkable event, but not out of the ordinary for our city. Vancouver has a long history of environmental leadership. We're proud to be the birthplace of Greenpeace, which celebrated its 50th anniversary just a month ago. And of course, we're home to Dr. David Suzuki. For generations, Vancouverites have pushed for meaningful environmental progress, saying no to freeways set to devastate our downtown, and fighting pipelines to carry tar sands bitumen to our pristine west coast. This last topic is a personal one for me. Just months before I was elected mayor in 2018, I stood shoulder to shoulder with local First Nations and residents and was arrested trying to stop these pipelines from being built in order to protect our rivers, streams, and oceans from the inevitable spills that will come from these reckless projects. So it should come as no surprise that the City of Vancouver has been among the world's leading cities with our Greenest City Action Plan, nor that the community is pushing us to do yet more. So in response to community demand, the City of Vancouver has declared a climate emergency in January 2019 and has subsequently approved a detailed action plan to scale up our efforts. Our 6 big moves include complete communities, active transportation, zero-emission vehicles, zero-emission heating and hot water, low-carbon construction materials, and nature-based carbon sequestration. Our plan targets a 50% cut in carbon pollution by 2030 and reaffirm Vancouver's commitment to net zero emissions before 2050 to align with IPCC guidelines. Next, I'll go on to my first point, which is on disruptive innovation. These targets we've set guide our work, but we have to think outside of the box if we're going to meet them. Municipalities are accustomed to incremental innovation, but it's only through disruptive innovation that we'll meet our aggressive goals. So one way forward is to rework the tools we have to spur innovation and partnerships between government and business, and we're doing just this with something we call Project Greenlight. Project Greenlight is a tech demonstration platform and membership-driven network which grows partnership opportunities between private industry on one hand and major asset owners here in Vancouver. It helps accelerate clean tech adoption by posting challenges on our platform to which innovators from around the world, and not just in our backyard, are invited to respond. So for example, our Project Greenlight Green Rainwater Infrastructure Challenge sourced solutions to help provide better system performance and maintenance trigger data to reduce operational costs in our combined sewer stormwater systems. And of course, we share what we learn with other municipalities around the world facing similar problems. My second point is using regulation to drive clean tech growth. So another way we're helping create a local business ecosystem and stronger supply chain is through our Green Building Code, which requires all new buildings to be zero emission by 2025 and requires all buildings to cut emissions by 50% by 2030. These policies will require $3.3 billion in high-performance building systems and materials to meet our emissions targets, which provides great opportunities for local businesses working in key product areas, including windows, heat pumps, and building design. And combined, this has led us to have the highest per capita concentration of clean tech companies in Canada. We're really proud of that. Vancouver's clean building policies also require reducing embodied carbon by 40% by 2030, which will be achieved by using low carbon materials such as mass timber. Mass timber greatly reduces a building's carbon footprint, generates less polluting construction sites while supporting the local forest industry. I just want to end by speaking about 2 new exciting compact communities which incorporate a nature-based approach to building and zero carbon-based designs to help fight climate change. But just as important, these projects also advance reconciliation. Jericho, the name of one project, is being built by a Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh partnership, and Sanok is being built by the Squamish Nation. In combination, these projects combine to provide nearly 20,000 new homes, much of which will be rental housing, with a generous proportion being offered with below-market rents. And I can't think of a better way to create a just, equitable, and sustainable future. When local First Nations have the opportunity to develop their territories and want to do so in a way that is cleaner and more sustainable than has ever been done before, we have a moral obligation to work in partnership to make it reality. So to close, I firmly believe the approach we're taking in Vancouver can be a blueprint for all cities, a blueprint that promotes disruptive innovation by combining the strengths of business with the procurement power of government, a blueprint that puts reconciliation and equity at the same level as sustainability, a blueprint that can be and must be adopted all over the world. Thanks so much. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much, Major Kennedy Stewart. If it's okay, I know it's very early, if I could just ask you to hold on for our next speaker, and then we'll be taking our questions shortly afterwards. But your blueprint sounds fantastic, and it sounds like something that, I like this phrase, disruptive innovation. I like that. That's a good one.
Thank you.
So next up, we have Councillor Angus Miller from the City of Glasgow here, and he is going to be talking about sustainability and the carbon reduction that they've been doing here in the town. So welcome.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much, and welcome to Glasgow. It's absolutely fantastic to have everybody here from all over the world, from so many important organisations, from so many key stakeholders in this climate agenda, and to be able to welcome you all to the ward that I represent, the area that I represent as a local councillor within Glasgow, is truly an honour. And I really hope that we're all able to make history here over the next week or so. I'm a fairly late addition to this panel, so I don't have a presentation to run through as such, but I do want to just talk to some of the key I suppose, achievements that we have here in the City of Glasgow and some of the key aspirations that we have around the climate agenda. We like to think that one of the reasons why Glasgow was chosen to host COP26 was because of the leadership that we have shown at a city level, both here in Glasgow and nationally within the Scottish level as well, in terms of climate action and driving forward the ambition for change and for a transition to a just transition to a low carbon future. Glasgow as a city has already reduced our carbon emissions by 41% since the year 2006, which is a significant drop, but we know that those are largely the low-hanging fruit. It's easier for cities it's easier for cities as opposed to perhaps larger or more rural areas to drive that change at a level of pace, and Glasgow certainly sought to do that. But that's largely been as a result of the reduction in, for example, electricity use and the change in terms of power and Scotland's national movement towards renewables, which has been very welcome in moving us along the way. But we know that the key and the particularly larger challenges that we have and that we face as a city are going to be around, for example, decarbonisation of home heating, decarbonisation of energy and decarbonisation of transport. And those are areas where we've begun to develop the relationships required with national government, with key stakeholders and of course with industry to move that along and move that forward. We have particularly sought to do that in Glasgow by building partnerships and embedding partnership working within our governance structures. So, for example, over the last 10 years, we've established the Sustainable Glasgow Partnership, which brings together key leaders within the city from the public sector, the private sector and third sector organisations to identify what steps can practically be taken to move the city forward on our climate action journey. And the work of that Sustainable Glasgow Partnership was absolutely instrumental in the climate plan, the Climate Emergency Implementation Plan, that the City of Glasgow finalised earlier this year. And that includes our commitment to be to take the city towards carbon net zero by 2030, which is significantly ahead of the Scottish Government's national target of 2045 and, of course, the UK Government's target of 2050. But as I say, we know that cities need to move forward at particular pace. And that builds on some of the existing work that we've been taking forward as a city. We've already, for example, implemented or begun the implementation of a new fleet strategy. So we're replacing our city's operational vehicle or our vehicle fleet with lower carbon electric and hydrogen replacement. We're supporting biodiversity and the restoration of nature throughout the city, which of course we know is absolutely key, because for a city like Glasgow, where there's obviously not a lot of space, and where there's you know, clearly going to be some residual emissions, regardless of how much we can drive that down, we know that sequestration is going to be a necessity. So increasing the level of biodiversity that we have, supporting our biodiversity, and increasing the number of carbon capture that we can achieve naturally via, for example, planting trees, it has to be a central aspiration. And in Glasgow, we're supporting the Clyde Climate Forest, which is going to see 18 million trees planted across the wider city region, so Glasgow and the surrounding local authorities, by the year 2030. We also recently published the £30 billion investment green print for the city, which is essentially an investment prospectus that we'll be taking both to national government in terms of public capital funding sources, and indeed to private sector investors internationally, as we seek to build the business cases there to support investment in projects that are going to be transformational for the city. For example, some of you may have walked past the M8, which is our city centre motorway. I think it's looking a little bit locked down at the moment, but we have a massive motorway running right the way through the city centre of Glasgow, a legacy of 1960s urban planning that I think we would rather forget, and that needs to be moved on and transcended as we try and design cities for the future. So the idea of a cap on that motorway, for example, which has been hugely successful when done elsewhere, is something that we're very keen to explore. We've commissioned a feasibility study. We know we can do it. We just need now to get the finance in place. And that will support a wider city centre transformation that's realigning the city centre and rebalancing the city centre towards active travel, towards people, and away from private cars. We know that Glasgow is one of the cities in the UK that actually has one of the lowest car ownership rates in the city, and yet at the same time we also have as a city one of the highest areas of land that's given over to road space and to car park space, for example, of any city in the UK. So that's a fundamental misbalance there in terms of how the space in our city is allocated and how people actually use it. And of course that entrenches economic and social inequalities. So as part of our fundamental city centre transformation, we are rolling out the Avenues project, which has been funded by the UK and Scottish Government City Deal, to basically redesign many of the streets that we have within the city centre and prioritise active travel and green space and trees and so on. And we've already seen some of the fruits of that work in Sauchiehall Street, one of our main shopping thoroughfares, which is looking very nice at the moment, the last time I was there a few days ago. But we have aspirations and indeed the funding and designs in place to roll that approach out all the way across the city centre. And over the next few years, we're going to see a fundamental transformation in the way that Glasgow looks and feels. And of course, that's absolutely essential to the climate emergency. We also understand the importance of innovation to the city, and our economic strategy as a city has innovation and supporting the innovation ecosystem as an absolute priority. We have two fantastic innovation districts within Glasgow. We have the Glasgow City Innovation District, which is anchored around Strathclyde University, one of our major universities, which is largely located within the city centre. And that supports businesses and research in a range of different areas of academia and areas of emerging technological fields, but one of the key priorities there is to try and get climate tech companies, for example, to centre themselves as part of the Strathclyde University's Climate Neutral Innovation District aspirations, which is to embed kind of climate neutral approaches throughout all that they're doing. And the other innovation district that we have is the Glasgow Riverside Innovation District, which is centred around the Glasgow University campus in the west of the city. And that will obviously make a key opportunity, a key contribution to the innovation landscape within the city of Glasgow as well. Historically, we've had experience in Glasgow of participating within various EU-funded programmes, for example, around innovation. We've had a very positive experience of participating within the Horizon 2020 project, the ruggedized project funded by Horizon 2020. And Glasgow's contribution there has been in developing a smart street from the city centre to the east end of the city, which is exploring new solutions in terms of electric vehicle charging, electric vehicle infrastructure, and indeed powering that by renewable sources. And that's been a great example of what can be done by integrating that with our intelligent street lighting system that's also been going in as part of the Future Cities programme. But we know that there's much work to be done in then scaling up the demonstration of what is possible within the city to actually getting that become the norm across the city. We're also building on the fantastic work of our Centre for Civic Innovation, which is a Glasgow City Council resource, which is bringing together data expertise from the City of Glasgow and some of our tech sector businesses and different organisations to support a challenge-based approach to innovation. And that's also been making an important contribution to our climate agenda, with great examples like the Reshape app, which has come out of that, which has been built in partnership with local businesses, and which allows people to access the app and better understand what they personally can do to reduce their carbon footprint. And that's going to be a key part of how we, I suppose, communicate the practical steps that are needed to be taken by every single one of us in the city to reach our net zero aspirations. But I suppose what I would say is that in these examples of innovation, we recognise that there's a degree to which they're only incremental. We know that if we are innovating and if we are supporting innovation around specific challenges, then we are only able to go so far. And the constraints and limitations of the public sector, for example, in terms of finance, mean that those programmes and projects can only run for a certain period of time. So the big shift, I suppose, that we recognise is needed to take is in terms of moving to a systems innovation approach. And that's what we're trying to fundamentally embed in the work that we take forward. So we recently announced just a few weeks ago that we will be taking forward a Glasgow Green Deal, our own version of the Green Deal model. And fundamentally at the heart of that is going to be collaboration and co-designing with communities and with the stakeholders that have such an important stake and so many of the answers and solutions to the problems that we face in actually taking that forward. And we know that rather than simply asking people how we solve X problem or Y problem, we need to fundamentally shift the conversation to what the fundamental core problems are. And that's going to be a key part of that. We know that there are certain focus areas, as I've said, that we need to move forward on. So decarbonisation of home heating is absolutely going to be one of them. Decarbonisation of transport and supporting nature-based solutions. But we fundamentally understand that in order to get to where we need to be, there needs to be a level of ownership from ordinary Glaswegians and collaboration with key stakeholders within the city. And that's going to mean a fundamental shift in the way that we think about our governmental, our political structures, and indeed it's going to require new approaches to public finance and private finance as well. So we're very excited to be moving forward with this entire agenda. We think there's a lot of opportunities, and we're certainly very keen to learn from other local governments, sub-state governments, and any organisations that are working in these spaces and that have ideas about how we can drive this forward. Glasgow's very much a city that is open to international collaboration and partnership working, so we're very keen to hear from you. But with that, I will wrap up, and just to thank everyone for your time and to thank the other speakers, and looking forward to hearing discussion move forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Could I ask if you could join us back here, and then we'll just do some questions and answers, if that's okay? So to Mayor Lee, and also to Mayor Kennedy, and also to Angus, I'll ask you all the same question and obviously let you answer one at a time. But I can see that you're all extremely passionate about this topic and the impacts that it will have. But I just wanted to ask you personally, and I'll start with Mayor Kennedy. Obviously, you were arrested. So I can see this is very important to you. But why is this so personally important to you and the people of Vancouver?
Well, I think we're all gripped with the need to take action right away, and I guess you know, where that may be becoming new to some cities, it has been a long-standing I guess trope of residents of Vancouver is that environmentalism in the larger sense has been a giant part of the city, and climate change has only I guess intensified that feeling. Plus, we are on the West Coast and at sea level and worried about the impacts of how this will impact our city. So for me personally, I can't do enough to move this along, and I know my council agrees with that. So we're happy with some of our progress to date, but have to do a lot more.
And Mayor Lee, the same question to you. Why is this personally so important to you and the whole of Goyang City?
지구는 지금 이 상태로 후대들한테 넘겨줘야 되는 것이 우리 책임이라고 생각을 합니다. 지금 너무 많이 우리가 사용해서 후대들이 그 비용을 부담하게 한다면 우리의 잘못이라고 생각을 합니다. 그래서 이 프로젝트에 관심이 많습니다.
I personally feel responsible for harming the environments and Earth, and handing over to our next generation is horrible.
And Angus, why is this so important to you personally?
Thank you. I think one of the reasons why, certainly to Glasgow, it's so important that we embrace climate action and that we show leadership on this agenda is that we have experience as a city of leaving change and the transformational change to chance, or letting kind of revolutions in the way that the world works pass us by. We know that the climate, either if we do nothing and the ecological and climatological consequences of that are going to be catastrophic for the city, but we also know that there's going to need to be rapid change in order to deal to mitigate the impact of climate change, to adapt to climate change, and to position the city. And here in Glasgow as a city, we are a city that has experienced the decline of heavy industry, which drove the Industrial Revolution worldwide. One of the key mechanics of the internal combustion engine was invented by James Watt here on the banks of the River Clyde, actually. So we very much have been at the heart of driving forward the Industrial Revolution. And we also felt more than many the effects of deindustrialization and that unjust transition from a kind of former economic model. So we very much know that we don't have what the consequences are of not being ready, of not leading the way, and of not making sure that we are at the forefront both for our economy, for our society, and ensuring that the transition is a just one. So it's absolutely pivotal that we get this right and that we act now. We're still living with the legacy of that unjust transition. We have generational poverty and inequality in the city as a result of deindustrialization in the 1960s, 70s, and 80s. So we need to get ahead of the coming changes that the city and society and the economy are going to see, and make sure that it's a transition that works for everybody.
For all of you, having your communities involved and wanting to make changes is so important. COP26 is being hosted here in Glasgow. Do you think that is going to help to make change easier?
Hello? Yes, thanks. I think it's, I think we have a real opportunity as the hosts of COP26, as the host city of COP26 here in Glasgow, to bring this agenda closer to the people. And I think the message that we as the city government have locally is very much that this might be an international conference where people, key stakeholders from around the world are negotiating action on a global level. But the action that we need to take begins at city levels like here in Glasgow, and it begins in communities, it begins with community activists, it begins with projects that are happening all around the city. There are some great examples here in the city of Glasgow in communities all over the place, from the really kind of small scale circular economy initiatives that we're seeing that are really kind of taking off the ground, to that city level aspirations that I've been outlining. But if communities like the ones here in Glasgow don't feel part of this process, don't feel like they have ownership over the climate agenda, then I think we as policymakers, both locally and internationally, have completely lost this opportunity, and climate change or climate adaptation and mitigation will become something that we do to people rather than with them. So we need to make sure that in the processes and the policy change that we are designing now at this moment, that we start very much with a process of collaboration, of engagement, of co-designing with our communities, and we need to fundamentally rethink the way that we do public policy.
And to Mayor Lee, what has been the feedback from the community about the changes you've made? Are they supportive, or did they push back? Do they want more change?
예, 어떤 것들은 시민들이 반대도 있지만 대체적으로 시민들은 수긍을 하고 있습니다. 그동안 우리 대한민국이 산업혁명, 그리고 이제 그 다국적 기업으로 지칭되는 WTO 체제에서 약간은 손해를 봤던 측면이 있습니다. 이 탄소 중립 사회로 가는 것을 우리가 뒤처진다면 대한민국은 많이 뒤처질 것입니다. 이것은 또 다른 경제의 재편이고 국제 질서를 재편하는 것이라고 생각을 합니다. 그런 측면에서 그 컵 하나를 재생하거나 내지는 다회용 컵을 쓰는 것이 무슨 의미가 있냐라고 물을 수 있지만, 그 과정을 통해서 시민들의 동의를 얻어내고 그것이 시민의 힘으로 그 탄소 중립 사회로 더 빨리 진보한다고 저는 생각을 합니다. 그런 측면에서 시민들은 적극적이라고, 대체적으로 적극적이라고 생각을 합니다.
Some citizens opposed to a few projects, but there was an important process of meeting them and discussing about the details of the project and processes. So eventually we got their consent in final, and now they are very proactive in sharing their opinion.
Fantastic. And Mayor Kennedy, you already said that your communities demanded this. So what has been the feedback from some of the changes, and what have been some of the hardest things to push through, or do people, again, want more?
Yeah, thanks very much for the question. I guess there's two things. When you're doing this type of work where you're using disruptive innovation, you can't be afraid to fail. Try new things. If they're rejected by the community, don't give up and go back and have new proposals. So, for example, our transit ridership prior to COVID was exploding, 24% growth in 1 year, with over 50% of our trips not taken by car, which has been a massive change because we offered choice to folks, good both subway and bus systems. However, recently we tried to put in we looked at putting in an increased parking charge for residents all across the city, which was really rejected because it wasn't equitable, in the sense that the folks that were least able to pay for the new charge were the ones it was hitting the hardest. So I think that's a key to remember, is that equity is an important theme when it comes to making change to tackle climate change in your city, and it needs to make sure that it is being fair to the folks that can least afford to pay for it, but may be suffering the most as a result of its consequences.
And my final question to all I will give is, we're talking about how sustainability is really important, but growth is also very important. And Mayor Lee, you talked about how your city is growing rapidly. How can you do both, be sustainable and grow?
상당히 어려운 얘기 같습니다. 고양시에는 도시가 그 건물이나 이런 것들이 수명이 있다라고 생각을 합니다. 그것을 인정하는 것이 상당히 어려운데, 그 인정 차원에서 한쪽은 도시 재생이나 오래 유지하는 걸로 가고 한쪽은 필요에 따라 또 개발을 하는 쪽을 가는데 그 모든 것들이 이제는 탄소 중립이라는 그 목표에 부합하도록 설계를 하고 그 건축을 내주고 있습니다.
It is very difficult to combine sustainability with economic growth or other kinds of growth. I believe the buildings has a lifespan and it's really hard to acknowledge, but what Goyang City did was divide into two parts, and one part can have which has old buildings can have a refurbishment, and the other parts can have development based on needs. But these two projects will be focusing on carbon neutral eventually.
You, Angus.
There's clearly been a lot of discussion, certainly in Scotland and in the UK, but I believe more broadly internationally about concepts such as 20-minute neighbourhoods, livable neighbourhoods, and I think if we are going to ensure that we have sustainable economic growth, but also doing so in a way that's connecting people to opportunities within the areas that they live, then that's an approach that we very much need to embed. And Glasgow, for example, is a city, you mentioned kind of population growth. Glasgow is a city that has experienced, with that deindustrialisation, a depopulation from a population of over 1 million to just over 600,000 today. But we know that we have opportunities to regrow that population, including, for example, within the city centre and the inner city, which were some of the most depopulated areas. So if we can embed 20-minute neighbourhood approaches in kind of higher density locations and concentrate jobs, housing, opportunities within those areas, but also embed sustainability and nature and greening and all of these important things, then we will be able to realise our aspirations for the city. But we need to have that embedded focus.
And Major Kennedy, how can you do both? Is it possible?
Well, I actually think it's essential is that we need to densify our communities to reduce sprawl. So as our populations grow, we can continue, at least in North America, to build suburbs and exurbs. We have to densify our city cores, and that's exactly what we're doing here in the city of Vancouver. The thing to do it in a way that isn't just high-end condominiums that only millionaires can afford. It's to make sure that we have neighborhoods that are mixed. I think this has been a long tradition in cities before automobiles came along. So we have to kind of get back to that. And as my colleague from Glasgow said, 15 or 20-minute cities is the way to do that. So this is a concept we've embraced here in Vancouver and are squirreling away implementing it.
Thank you so much. I realise we're running a little over. Thank you so much to Mayor Kennedy Stewart from Vancouver, to Mayor Lee from Goyang City, and also Angus for your representation from the City Council. And I like all the new ideas, the smart streets, the double tree lines streets, and also the beautiful green spaces that we're keeping for people. So your innovations are inspiring, and we hope that everybody hears and we can share it with everyone else. Thank you. Thank you so much for everybody for joining us. This is our second session for our subnational and city governments, giving an overview of what people are achieving in the areas where they live and for future work for innovation for climate in that areas. And we've already heard some wonderful examples about how it's so important on city levels for people to make these changes that then lead on to these national changes. And we are delighted to be joined by Governor of Sao Paulo, who's going to be talking to us about, first of all, the plans that you have to announce to run for president in your general elections next year, and how that's going, what your plans are, and also how you're making changes in innovation in your city.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear friends. And I would like to greet those present here, announcing that we come to the COP26. I will take this out. Once again, I would like to greet those present here, announcing that we come to the COP26 to honor the commitments made by Brazil in the Paris Agreement in 2015, especially made by São Paulo state. I am São Paulo's former mayor and right now São Paulo's governor. I'm well aware of the challenges of sustainable development in cities, adjusting economic growth with job creation, income distribution, and access for the most vulnerable to urban public goods and services. Now, as a governor of the state of São Paulo, I participate with my partners in the movement of subnational governments, governors for the climate. São Paulo reaffirms its leadership position in the face of global warming challenges and announces an ambitious agenda to combat climate change with our common and shared responsibilities. São Paulo is a nation-state with 46 million inhabitants, due to its predominant role in the national economy as a duty to assume its responsibility with the global climate agenda. In the era of the COVID-19 pandemic, I set priorities for economic recovery based on health and science, with respect for a healthy environment and guidelines for a low-carbon economic development. I am proud that fiscal austerity and balanced management of priority investments made São Paulo that year the Brazilian state with the highest GDP growth projection, 7.5%. We will accelerate the economic conversion, adjusting the decarbonization trajectories with the dynamics of our moving economy. Our state was one of the first in developing world to legally adhere to the UNFCCC campaigns, Race to Zero and Race to Resilience. In July of this year, I signed a decree that determined our goal of neutrality of greenhouse gas emissions by the year 2050. The framework given by the Net Zero 2050 Climate Action Plan, whose guidelines are now being made public, was based on the best international experiences and is based on 5 axes. 1, accelerated electrification. 2nd, advanced fuels. 3rd, systemic efficiency. 4th, resilience, agriculture, and natural-based solutions. And 5th, green finance and innovation. In August of this year, we opened a public consultation on the plan's guidelines. Within 2 months, we had great participation in the addition of several sectors of the economy in São Paulo. Several instruments and actions are already in place. 62% of the energy matrix from renewable sources, ethanol and hydroelectric, with a growth trend, with an increase in the share of renewable sources. solar, biomass, and biomethane by 2050. São Paulo Agreement, addition of companies and private entities, voluntary reporting GHG emissions, greenhouse gases, in view of their mitigation. Environmental programs, as low carbon agriculture plan, an agro-legal program, PSA, payments for environmental services, sustainable public procurement program, legal wood program, ecological economic zoning, with a climate lens, among others. Economic incentives aimed at the low carbon economy, such as ECMS environmental, renewable energies, and green credits for the bioeconomy, in addition to investments in R&D by FAPESP and São Paulo universities. And the most ambitious commitment we came to announce at this COP26, the Refloresta SP program, which aims to restore the Atlantic forest and Cerrado biomass to add 1.5 million hectares of native vegetation by 2050 and increase carbon and water resilience. As adaptations measures, we are going to reinforce the Resilient Municipalities program, control of risks and natural disasters with the support of the Verde Azul Municipality program, which trains 645 cities in the state of São Paulo. Water security and environmental sanitation in the state with sewer works, recovery of springs, and the bold project of the Novo Rio Pinheiros, which benefits 3 million inhabitants with an improvement of the quality of health and life of the inhabitants of the city of São Paulo. Controlling air pollution and the sustainable transport policy, as well as initiatives to support sustainable cities, make up our agenda for adaptation towards resilience with significant advances. Finally, we are ready to implement the regulation of a voluntary carbon market in the state of São Paulo in the coming months, in the eventual absence of a national regulatory framework. I'm very honored to share with you, representatives of important local governments from several continents, our experiences with innovations in public management aligned with the needs of the common future. Now I would like to show you a very short video, and then I come back to finalize my speech. You can show the video.
São Paulo, Brazil. São Paulo is movement. Transformation. Work. São Paulo is progress. Safely growth. 704,000 new jobs, January to August 2021. 32% of jobs in Brazil. GDP growth forecast 2021, 7.5%. Higher than Brazil's forecast, 5.3%, and the world's 6%. São Paulo is reliability. It's leadership in agribusiness. São Paulo is respect for the environment. Respect towards the Paris Agreement and sustainable development. UN commitments, race to zero and race to resilience. New Rio Pinheiros, the largest social and environmental work in Latin America. 46 million people. Diversity. Quality of life. São Paulo is science. Butantan Institute, the largest vaccine producer in Latin America. Research. technology, innovation. São Paulo represents the biggest privatization and concession program in the country. 12 PPPs and concession projects carried out. 20 more in progress. Investments of US $10 billion. South America's largest airport, São Paulo International Airport. The best 18 highways and the first zero-carbon highway of Brazil. A good future for new investments. São Paulo has the largest port complex in Latin America. Besides the biggest exhibition and convention center of Latin America, São Paulo has experience in hosting major international music and sporting events. The largest site of technical schools and home to 4 out of the 10 best universities in Latin America. São Paulo thinks about the future. São Paulo has the strength of good businesses and profitable returns. São Paulo receives you with one of the most favorable business-friendly environments in the world. São Paulo, a nation within a nation. Ready for business.
Yeah. The time is now. Brazil and the world need us. All together, we'll do more and better. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Could I just ask to stop for just a few seconds, just for 1 or 2 questions at all?
Fortunately, I have another conference
Oh,
right now.
okay, that's fine.
I'm so sorry.
No, that's absolutely
so
fine. I
much.
think you've just added another place that we all want to visit around the world. So thank you so
So
much.
sorry. Thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you.
We're going to take a 5-minute break, everybody, before our next session.
I think they are trying to address one technical issue.
Taking it away.
Yeah, but you can introduce. Yeah.
It's already.
Yeah.
And your mic? Can you test it?
He said it's muted, but he said it's on. So yeah.
Hello and good afternoon, everybody. This is session 4 here for our Systems of Change and Innovations for Science. And we are going to be talking to Caitlin Heron, who is Director of Sustainable Solutions for Amazon, and talking about fire chat on systems and changes in climate change and the actions. So take it away.
Thank you, Laura. Good afternoon, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to those that are following us virtually. We are very pleased today to have the opportunity to dialogue with Katherine Heron, Director Sustainability Solution at Amazon. Good afternoon, Katherine.
Hello.
So thank you again for accepting our invitation to interact on sustainability and how it is managed in big companies such as Amazon. So under the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub, we are trying to use differently innovation for climate. We consider that the way innovation is used currently is very restrictive, because it focuses on improving product and processes within sectors. But the same product and the same processes continue to be used. So we would like to expand the space dedicated to innovation to cover some more transformative type of climate action, such as exploring to what extent the core human need can be satisfied with alternative value chain. And the solutions that will be identified will go through 3 filters. The first is they have to be aligned with the 1.5-degree goal. The second is they should enhance resilience. And the third is they should lead to flourishing life for 11 billion people by 2100. This is what we are looking for. So companies such as Amazon are, let's say, quite specific, because Amazon is not the type of company adapting to its environment simply, or even anticipating its environment. Amazon has the capability to contribute in shaping its environment. And this is why we are very much interested to know about how sustainability is approached by Amazon. I think this is important for our project, but also the general public would be very much interested to know how sustainability is approached by Amazon.
Absolutely. And thank you, Massamba. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. At Amazon, we know that tackling the global climate crisis will require a combination of both big, bold commitments and everyday actions. And we know that commitments and everyday actions have the power not only to stave off crisis, but also to build a more breathable, more beautiful, more livable planet with better jobs and improved economic development for all. So Amazon intends to be at the forefront of that change, starting with actions that we're driving within our own company, and then extending those solutions and strategies out to our customers, our suppliers, and our collaborators. So as Amazon is also serving as a catalyst to help send signals to markets to drive faster transformation to a low-carbon economy. Prince Charles spoke about this at length this morning, the private sector's responsibility to send signals, demand signals, to start to transition the entire economy. So Amazon has purchased 100,000 electric delivery vehicles, and they'll all be on the road by 2030. We're committing to 100% of our operations being powered by renewable energy. We've created the Climate Pledge Fund, which is a $2 billion investment fund aimed at promoting low-carbon technologies and preserving the natural world. We launched the AWS Climate Accelerator for clean tech companies, startups, to expand their reach, access new tools, and accelerate their impact. Sorry, there's a little bit of breathing in the mask here. It's my first time trying to do this. We also served as a founding participant of the LEAF Coalition, which aims to raise $1 billion to protect the tropical rainforests. In 2020, we launched Climate Pledge Friendly to make it easier for customers to access sustainable products online. So we partnered with trusted third-party certifiers to identify and verify products that meet sustainability standards. And within our own operations, we are dedicated to making sure that manufacturing of Amazon products doesn't do undue harm to the environment or to social communities. As an example, we're part of the Sustainable Apparel Coalition, which is an industry-wide collaboration of apparel and footwear companies, NGOs, governments, and academics, all working together to mitigate impacts from the apparel industry. And we encourage Amazon-branded products and manufacturers to assess their own performance using the Coalition's Higg Index for environmental and social performance. We think the more companies that adopt that index, the better off we are all together. So in 2021, we'll be assessing the environmental and social performance of 200 additional Amazon suppliers outside of our four walls. We know that there's a lot of work to be done. We have a ton of innovation and problem solving left ahead of us, but I'm very enthusiastic that with hopefully partnership and with passion, we'll be able to design a better future as we go forward.
Thank you, Kathleen. As you know, the sustainability challenge raises disruptive issues that require disruptive leadership for response. So we are expecting to see leaders that are voluntarist, that are visionary, that are able to paint the future they want for their grandchildren, translate it into a vision, own the vision, and drive it into completion. Mm-hmm. We are looking for leaders that have moonshot thinking when they are setting goals, and that also adapt system change thinking. Leaders that are holistic and very important, that are able to act today for longer term benefit. This is extremely important. So I would like to know what is your role in Amazon and how you can promote climate solution not only within Amazon but beyond Amazon while, let's say, taking on board these leadership quality I just went through.
Sure. So my background prior to Amazon is in environmental nonprofits and subnational government. I actually met a colleague from the Sierra Club out here just a couple of minutes ago. I've been with Amazon for 8 years, designing technology and globally scaled systems, but right now I'm in basically my dream role. So my role looks both upstream and downstream of Amazon's own decarbonization journey. And my goal is to identify ways that we can identify and develop technologies and solutions that help others, partners, accelerate their own paths towards net zero carbon. We're focused on looking beyond carbon too, so including future solutions related to social responsibility, circularity, water access, et cetera. But my initial focus is on the urgency that we all feel towards meeting or beating the 1.5 degree goal in the Paris Agreement. So I think the greatest contribution that I can make to this is about designing tech and making connections that focus on enablement for our partners, whether they're fellow Climate Pledge signatories, Amazon sellers or suppliers, or anyone looking to make progress in this space.
Thank you. Thank you. This is really fantastic. This is completely aligned with the vision of the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub. One aspect that we are promoting, we are keep on saying that, particularly for this big company, it's not enough to say, I will reduce my emission. What we are expecting from them is to develop solutions that can be exported. They should become solution provider. So this is very interesting alignment. Now my question is how companies such as Amazon could contribute to the development of this global innovation hub.
Sure. So this is actually why I was so excited to speak with you today and to be here. At Amazon, we know that we can't operate alone. Collaboration is vital, and enablement's better than that. So let me explain first how we're collaborating at a broad scale with other corporations through the Climate Pledge. In 2019, Amazon co-founded the Climate Pledge with Global Optimism, and we became its first signatory, articulating our commitment to reach net zero carbon by 2040 or sooner. Today, we have more than 200 companies signed on to the Climate Pledge, including Unilever, Microsoft, and many, many other wonderful international companies. And along with our partners in Global Optimism, we're working every day to get new companies and organizations to sign on to the Climate Pledge so that we can join together in a rally to attack the climate change challenge. So I think we all know this here, but it's an important point to reiterate that we need everyone at the table, corporations large and small, certainly NGOs, civil society, as well as governments. Among the 209 companies that we have signed on to the Climate Pledge today, we're creating a pledge community where collaborators can come together, share ideas, challenges, tools, and approaches to help everyone meet their zero carbon goals. And to give you a sense of scale, the current Climate Pledge signatory population accounts for $1.8 trillion of annual global revenue. They employ 7 million people in 26 sectors across 21 nations. And they're expected to collectively mitigate 1.98 billion metric tons of carbon against a 2020 baseline. And that's 5.4% of current global emissions, which I think demonstrates the collective impact that organizations and agreements like the Climate Pledge will have on moving the needle globally. So coming from my background, politics, then environmental nonprofits, I'm super excited to see the material steps that businesses are taking to take responsibility and lead action in this space. I think only by working together are we going to be able to address this challenge globally and on the pace that we need.
No, thank you. This is really amazing. And I must say, you refer to Climate Pledge. We are very much excited about this initiative that fit completely within the vision of the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub. Because what we are trying to promote is moonshot thinking, where pledge and commitment are based on what is needed, but not on what is appearing as possible. And I think Climate Pledge is an initiative that exactly demonstrates that this can happen, because the companies that are in Climate Pledge have committed to be net zero by 2040. I think this is one of the most ambitious commitments that I have seen so far. So it means that they have committed to be net zero by 2040 without necessarily knowing how to get there. And this is what we are trying to promote. You do not need to know exactly how to get there. What is important is to make your commitment based on what is needed. And now the gap between what is needed and what is possible will be filled with innovation. And this is why Innovation Hub is in place. We would like companies to translate the gap between their commitment and what is possible into demand for climate solution. The Global Innovation Hub will help them address. So I think on this point, Amazon has demonstrated leadership, because it's not just about Amazon making commitment, but also inviting others to follow and make commitments through Climate Pledge. Now, for subnational and nationals, they are here at COP26, and they have a lot of expectation also. They would like to be able to solve the challenge that they are facing. So how do you think innovation can help them take more ambitious commitment and target and successfully implement their commitment?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked this question, Massamba, because this is one of the main reasons why Amazon is present at COP26. We want to work with all parties, whether it's national or subnational governments, other corporates, and NGOs, to drive progress as quickly as possible. So we're not going to be able to tackle the global climate crisis or achieve sustainable development goals at a pace dictated by science unless we work together. And when I think about the advantages that Amazon can bring when partnering with the Global Innovation Hub, I think about our experience inventing and innovating and designing ways to scale digital platforms. Like the AWS is a cloud computing organization within Amazon. They've developed something called the Innovation Studio, which looks for opportunities to employ artificial intelligence, machine learning, and data science, and apply those to the public sector to find new transformative solutions to challenges like climate change, broader sustainability challenges, even education inequality. So I think that the Global Innovation Hub has a unique opportunity to empower subnational governments and identify and adopt the need-based solutions. And like you started in your intro, I think we should move beyond the incremental, and as solutions designers, we should be thinking about how we can move towards more customer need-based or user need-based design. So we have an opportunity to use Amazon's customer obsession and a procedure that we call the working backwards process, which Amazon product designers envision an end state and effectively design products and solutions in reverse so that we know that we're bringing globally scalable and fit-for-purpose technologies to bear. My sense is that the Global Innovation Hub is the best positioned, I think, to identify and connect potential users with technologies that are fit for their purposes.
Thank you very much. This is really exciting. And what you have just said before, this approach that you are taking, which is taking a backcasting scenario, is exactly what is needed to be able to work today for the solution of the future.
Mm-hmm.
Because you start from the longer term goal and you translate it into concrete action that need to be implemented now. This is very much needed currently, because we do not want to do things that are not aligned with the long-term goal, but we don't want to wait also. We would like to start acting now. So it's very important to have this approach. So we are talking about radical collaboration, flow of support in all directions. So I think you have covered so far how Amazon can contribute in supporting other stakeholders. So how now the other stakeholders can support Amazon in being more effective in implementing climate solution? In other words, what are the demand for solution from Amazon?
Well, I'd stop short of demand, but we're not only leading in this space, we're also a broad and diverse company operating in many, many countries. And so we definitely know this for sure, that we can't address climate change in a silo. We need all sectors, big and small, to collaborate, especially with NGOs and government. So collaboration, knowledge sharing, collective action are all vital. And we've demonstrated our experience working in collaboration through the Climate Pledge, through the Race to Zero, and the LEAF Coalition. But we're also collaborating closely with organizations that reach out to small and medium businesses, like the We Mean Business Coalition. And we're looking forward to driving collective action up and down our supply chain and across to partners so that we can change the operating environment for all players. So look forward to certainly engaging with the UN climate change on the development of the Global Innovation Hub.
So thank you, Kathleen. I was really pleased to have this dialogue with you. Very fruitful, very interesting, and I think also, hopefully, our participants will have enjoyed.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Yes.
Let's start now. Yeah, you can take photos.
And the headset?
All of them.
It's a wonderful
All the
photo.
Let me go and look.
Where is?
Okay.
You need something?
So you will have to share the microphone.
Okay.
We will.
Do we need to
Yeah, we will
disinfect
need-
in the
yes,
meantime?
Exactly. So we will.
Especially with these two. I just
Can
don't know
I
where they've been.
can I just clarify? If I have to share with these two ladies, I'm not going to get a word in edgewise.
You're so hard to handle. Huh?
Yeah, we are a tough crowd. We're a tough crowd. I know. Sorry for that.
But John is John starting? Yeah.
I'm not the moderator.
I think you're starting.
But you're the
Yeah, you're
first
speaking
contribute.
What sector?
We need to get people to sit down. Can I say something?
Look, it's clear. It's clear. I have to go buy the book because Marco has his book, John has his book. I don't have a book yet. I actually leave the book writing to Avery. He's written plenty of them. Oh yes, he has. I prefer the get shit done approach. Getting shit done is great.
Hello, we've met before as well. Sandrine Dixon de Club, good to see you. Yeah.
John, it's essential that you emphasize conservation. Amory, conservation.
You can find it. Yeah, but there is one chair. We need one.
He's very
You should ask people to sit
always
down.
starts with the conservation side of things.
And finish with
I need to be disinfecting the mic.
And then you can start.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe one of these.
You know that you and my wife know each other because my wife is a YPO forum facilitator and has repeatedly trained your wife's forum.
Your wife's name is?
Sorrel Vedder. She cannot pronounce a complicated Dutch last name like Kortenhorst.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. This is our final session of the day here, and we are looking at, excuse me, everybody at the back, your conversation is interesting, but not as interesting as ours is about to be. Thank you very much. There are plenty of seats available. Thank you so much. So we're looking at system change and innovation for climate innovation, for supply chain, and for financial systems. And innovation has been used by humanity to cope with changes and discover new opportunities for such a long time now. But nowadays, its primary application is to help to foster competitive advantages and also to sustain growth. And it's also becoming more and more important in the future of our economy and also in our environmental regulations. But there are lots of challenges facing us with this, the mobilization for sure. Innovation almost always comes at the same time to have achieved incremental improvements in the form of innovation and reducing our footprint, but it also impacts our services and our supply chain. We talk about moonshot and this thinking, but it's not always widely shared, and it's such an important challenge and innovation that we commit and pledge based on what is possible and not what is needed. There's lots of existing innovation hubs, but then the problem we have is the lack of sustainability and also the lack of finance and marketing. So here we have this new innovation, the new Innovation Global Hub that's been developed by the UN climate change team to address all of these challenges and to hopefully significantly boost the effectiveness and the scale of climate change, to tackle it for the sustainability and for the innovation to become more ambitious to tackle climate change. And so the purpose of this session, with this lot here who I think is going to be very interesting, is to explore the systems and how we can be transformative and innovative in tackling climate change. So take it away.
Thank you. I would like, as your host, to thank you all for accepting our invitation. So this is such a wonderful panel with definitely important thought leaders. So I think for the format, we will just let you make your statement, And then we will let you discuss among yourself, dialogue among yourself, because you have so many things to share that I consider that maybe there is no need to ask you some specific question unless it is coming from the floor, but we would like rather to listen you interacting among yourself and dialoguing. So maybe we can just start from here instead of following the run-off show, and then we listen to all of you making your statement.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. And I'd like to thank Patricia Espinosa for the kind invitation to contribute to this debate. My name is Marco Alverà. I'm the CEO of SNAM. SNAM is a large natural gas transport, storage, LNG company that we are turning into a hydrogen infrastructure company, and biomethane. We're committed to net zero by 2040. The innovation obviously is key. We heard before, because getting to zero requires a lot of rethinking. We need to rethink about where the energy comes from. We need to rethink how we transport, how we store, how we distribute, how we use the clean energy. We need to change our vehicles. We need to change the way many industrial processes are working. And we need to change stuff that's going on also in our homes. We hear about the need for a wartime level of mobilization. We need to do it quickly. And it's not just about doing it quickly. We need to end up with an energy system which is cheaper and more secure and resilient than the one that we have today. And this is absolutely achievable. I think when it comes to innovation, we've moved from needing breakthroughs in specific technologies to needing whole system solutions. We need to start scaling up fast. We already have many of the, if not all, but many of the technologies that are needed. And so given the urgency, we really need to scale them up fast, making them bigger, making them cheaper, making them more efficient, and really spreading the word at how fast it can be done. I was reading recently what FDR did in 1935. Power had come to Manhattan by 1882, and by 1935, only 10% of rural homes had power, electricity. They were still lighting the homes with candles. And then he stepped up, he created an agency, and in 15 years, he got from 10% to 90%. So that's the type of organizational effort that we need. We can do it with green hydrogen, for example, where we have the green hydrogen catapult. We are committed to delivering green hydrogen at in 5 years at below $2 a kilo, which is about $50 per megawatt hour. We think we can actually do that sooner. And then the DOE studied our work and came up with the Earthshot, which is to get to below $1 a kilo before the end of the decade. That's $25 a megawatt hour green hydrogen production cost. That's by 2030, that's cheaper than coal. So we have many companies asking us to experiment with hydrogen, and we've done this with steel, with cement, with glass, with ceramics, with paper. But my issue is we're spending a lot of time on the 1, 2, 3, 4 megawatt demonstration projects, and we don't need those. We know it works. And all that time can be saved if we scale it up, if we really ramp up the scale. How do we get these costs down? First of all, by believing in the cost curves. We've done a ton of work with RMI, with McKinsey, with a lot of consultants, with some of the world-leading companies. We all share this cost curve. And so we need to make it more mainstream, because when people start seeing this cost curve, they will no longer be interested in doing the 1 to 2 to 3 megawatt demonstration. They're ready to go up to the 100 megawatt conversion, which is absolutely achievable. We think hydrogen will make up between 15 and 25% of the fully decarbonized 2050 energy mix. And we have a 6-step solution to get there. First, we need to start with the end in mind. So as I said, start with the $1 a kilo by 2030, with the $2 a kilo by 2026. That has to be a firm goalpost that we have, and we need to get companies to commit volumes to get there. The second step is that we need a level playing field. There's no point in debating what color hydrogen is if we don't know what a color means. If we want to accept blue, we need to make sure it's done with zero methane leakage, and essentially zero CO2. Otherwise, it shouldn't count as clean hydrogen. And it's quite easy to do that. You just need to set a standard and make it a global standard and have certificates of origin. The third step is to really encourage new business models. We need, for example, in storage, we need to realize that as we need seasonal needs for storage, we can't do that with lithium ion. We need physical places where to store molecules. The great news, for example, is that we can use depleted natural gas storage reservoirs for full hydrogen storage. Just to give you an idea, this costs kind of like $0.1, so 10 cents per kilowatt hour compared to $80 per kilowatt hour for lithium ion. So batteries are terrific for short term, for quick charge and discharge, but when it comes to storing wind energy when it's windy or solar energy when it's sunny and keeping it there for months, then there's no substitute to physical storage. It can be salt caverns, it can be depleted fields. The fourth step is to get the infrastructure in place. We can do that with pipelines as well as with storage. The fifth is that we need to get financing underway and developed from developed economies to developing economies, and one idea is to phase out the coal plants by replacing them with renewable and hydrogen. And the final point, and I've finished, is to get consumers involved. The recent deal to get Amazon and IKEA and other companies to commit to net zero shipping is the first of what can be the consumerization of CO2. Consumers don't understand gigatons. We need to get consumers to think in kilos and grams and pounds, and we need to get smart companies like Amazon to certify the entire value chain, and companies like Facebook to give badges of honors to the net zero consumers that can then have a special pride in that. Thank you.
I'll go next. Hi. My name's John Doerr, and I'm an engineer from Silicon Valley. I'm a refugee from Intel, the chip maker. They invented the microprocessor, and I was privileged to work there. I'm chairman of a venture capital firm called Kleiner Perkins, which is known, among other things, for being the original investor in Amazon and in Google. But I'm here today to talk with you about a very important perspective. And if there's one thing I'd like you to remember, it's that the same crisis that imperils the planet, the climate crisis, is the greatest economic opportunity of the 21st century. And I want to tell you how I came to this realization. Many of you have been fighting on the climate action front for a couple of decades. For me, this all began 15 years ago after watching Al Gore's famous documentary, An Inconvenient Truth. My then 15-year-old daughter, Mary, turned to me and said, "Dad, I'm scared and I'm angry. Your generation created this problem. You better fix it." And I was at a loss for words. I had no idea what to say to her then. But this is what I know now. We are on the verge of an irreversible climate catastrophe. And more than anything else, we need a plan. We need a clear course of action before it's too late. Now, there's lots of innovators in the world that want to change the world. But what the founders of Amazon and Google understood is that they needed more than great ideas, great ambition. They needed a plan. I like to say that ideas are easy, execution is everything. So for the last 2 years, I've been working with over 100 entrepreneurs, climate scientists, policymakers, and activists to produce just such a plan. It's called Speed and Scale. I encourage you to write that down, Speed and Scale, because if you go to speedandscale.com/COP, I will send you an inscribed version of this plan, a book, and more importantly, a set of objectives and key results that fits on one page. There's 10 big objectives. We all know what these are. They're to electrify transportation, decarbonize the grid, fix our food systems, protect nature, clean up industry, remove carbon that remains. And importantly, to do that with great speed, as you cite, And we do that by winning the political battles, turning movements into action, innovating, and investing. And for each 5 of these big objectives, there are 3 to 5 time-bound specific key results. You'll be pleased to know that this calls for producing hydrogen from zero-emission sources to $2 per kilogram by 2030, $1 per kilogram by 2040.
10 years sooner.
10 years sooner. You're ahead of our ambitious plan. So what makes me say that this can be the largest economic opportunity of our lifetimes? According to the International Energy Agency, the global shift to clean energy will require $4 trillion per year for the next several decades. That's about 3 times what we're investing today. And that's for everything, for solar panels and wind farms, safe nuclear plants, batteries, charging stations. And I will agree with you, $4 trillion a year is a lot of money. But do you know what the cost is, the social cost of carbon on the planet? It's estimated to be $10 trillion annually, or 2.5 times what we're spending to save it. That's the savings that we can achieve if we get to a net zero economy. In this calendar year alone, flooding in China has already cost $27 billion. Flooding in Europe has cost $30 billion. And in the U.S., one hurricane alone, Hurricane Ida, is estimated to have cost $94 billion. Friends, how much more devastation are we going to have to experience before we realize that it's cheaper to save the planet than it is to ruin it? Bill Gates calls this the green premium. That's the added cost of moving to clean energy. I say the green premium has got to become the green discount. You already know that wind and solar cost less than coal, or that the cost of lithium batteries has plunged by nearly 90% in the last 5 years. But breakthroughs like these do not happen by chance. To beat fossil fuels on costs, we must develop them with innovation, investment, speed, and scale. And here's the really good news about all of this. So far this year, Climate-KIC Ventures have raised $32 billion. That's 5 times the amount that was invested 5 years ago in the Paris Accord. I'm personally continuing to invest in breakthroughs in, yes, cheaper batteries with long duration storage, plant-based meats that meat lovers will enjoy, real-time ways to track planetary emissions from satellites, and even nuclear fusion. Nuclear fusion, the way the sun works. There's plainly a hunger to invest and innovate in the new. But this is important. I define deployment as innovation. We must also invest in the now, and that's to scale up, lower the cost, improve the abundance of the technologies that we have today. With the right policies and the power of the market working for us, we can get the right outcome to be the profitable outcome, and therefore the probable outcome. Everyone here knows what needs to be done. There are these goals in this plan: electrify transportation, decarbonize the grid, fix our food systems, protect nature, clean up industry, and then, the hardest of all, removing the stubborn emissions that remain. It's a tall order. But if we harness the 4 accelerators, politics and policy, movements, innovation, and investment, and if we do all that with speed and with scale, I believe we might even achieve the Paris goals. So I'm here today to join forces with you to keep 1.5 degrees alive and to figure out what to say to Mary now. I'd say to her, I'd say to our sons and daughters, yes, we're responsible for this fix, but we're ready to work with you at speed and scale to fix the problem, to save a habitable planet. Thank you.
My name is Jules Kortenhorst, and I'm the CEO of RMI, Rocky Mountain Institute. Massamba, you didn't tell me that you were going to ask me to speak on a panel on innovation after John Doerr. That was totally unfair. But I'll try to add some thoughts to that incredibly eloquent explanation. Because to a very large extent, we agree, John, on every point that you made. Just yesterday, the leaders of the G20 stood in front of the Trevi fountain, and they threw a penny in the fountain for good luck. Well, bloody hell, if the leaders of the world cannot do better than throw a penny in a fountain and ask for good luck, we need to get stuff done, folks. And moving businesses and markets today is precisely the sort of thing that needs to happen, and innovation is absolutely crucial in that. To make that innovation happen, we're not just talking about technology innovation, but we're particularly also talking about the way we work together. And so what I would like to briefly touch on is how we drive these innovations that John was describing much more rapidly. And to begin, it's important then to understand that the innovations that we're looking for are not one specific narrow technology, but a whole system changes. The hydrogen system that Marco was describing is a good illustration of that. I have one other example. Many of us came here by airplane. And aviation, 1.5% of global emissions, is one of the more stubborn sectors. And the only way we're going to fix that sector is if we move the whole system. Because it's typically one of these chicken and egg situations. The airlines don't know what's going to help them, and they are not ready to make a commitment for sustainable aviation fuels. As a result, the startups, and they are there, that are trying to finance their first or their second plant to deliver sustainable aviation fuels cannot get their financing together. Airports that would, in principle, be willing to help don't see any supply that they can blend into their fuel pools. And yes, Boeing and Airbus are saying our engines work, but they're not necessarily driving this process either. So we need to move that whole system from a massive chicken and egg problem to working together on systems change. For that reason, about a year ago, we launched the Mission Possible Partnership. It is an effort to bring complex supply chains for steel and cement, for shipping and aviation, for trucking, for petrochemicals, for aluminum together, and have all the partners in those supply chains work together. All the partners, that means the technology disruptors, that small aviation fuel company that has a brilliant idea but can't find a market. The companies in the sector itself, the airlines. Their banks and their investors that are making commitments to say, this is what is going to be necessary for this sector to be committed, to be aligned with the Paris Agreement. And then governments who can play an important role when they see an emerging technology gain momentum by making that the formal standard. So Mission Possible Partnership is an example of these whole system change partnerships that we need. We need radical collaboration. We need to bring partners together, because not a single one of these companies can do it on their own. Not a single one of these companies has the courage to do it on their own. But if we bring a number of these companies together, then we can see a market move. The last part of this, and it goes to the green premium, is we need to put a price on that carbon attribute. We need to make that green premium explicit so that we can start pushing it down. Now, there's good news there as well, because we're starting to see radical collaboration in the way we manage, we measure, and we price carbon. At RMI, we're part of a coalition called Climate-KIC, where we're using big data and AI to actually quantify real-time, asset-specific greenhouse gas emissions around the globe. So already today, we are using that capability to see what the greenhouse gas emissions from coal plants and petrochemical complexes and steel mills and ships and you name it what, rice paddies are all around the world. Once we know that, and we have a robust carbon accounting mechanism, then we can start to translate the carbon emissions of existing products and services to a real price on carbon. And then we know that that aviation fuel should really have a carbon attribute which represents about a 20% uplift on the ticket. We can then put the green premium on that ticket, and we've assembled a group of buyers of tickets, big companies that fly a lot, that want to decarbonize their Scope 1 emissions. We've assembled a group of these companies to say, okay, we'll take responsibility, we'll buy a ticket with a premium for that sustainable aviation fuel. We can only do this together. Radical collaboration is the key ingredient to achieve speed and scale in the transition. So it sounds like we agree, John. Thank you very much.
Lovely. So now I get the task of following these incredible men and being slightly provocative, because I'm going to have a disclaimer. I actually grew up in Silicon Valley. I also started my career in technology, and now I'm the co-president of the Club of Rome. And for those of you who do not know the Club of Rome are the ones that started speaking about systems thinking and complexity. And so to bring in the #1 point around complexity is, sorry, but technology's not going to save us. Sorry, but the speed and scale goes far beyond one linear solution. Hence, what we already learned 50 years ago was that true systems thinking, which brought in some of the key tensions within society, is the only way in which we can really start to unpack how we get out of this mess. Because what got us in this mess, in many ways, are the different types of technologies that we as human beings actually invented and forgot we're not really servicing people, planet, or prosperity, but actually we're servicing profiteering. And unless we shift that fundamental fact in our system and start to think about an economy that services, truly services people, that actually in some ways probably is not going to be allowed to grow and move beyond GDP in many countries across the globe, and yet rethink, restructure economies in a way in which those economies are allowed to continue to foster economic development and human development towards real equity and poverty elimination, access to food, elimination of hunger, access to products and services that truly are going to enable the lives and livelihoods of people, then we are only going to continue to foster the degradation that we have today. So innovation must be fundamentally tied to thinking about the way in which our economies function today. The underpinning problem of our economies is that they only are functioning with regard to one particular indicator, which is growth and production. Rather than thinking about social indicators, environmental indicators, and placing a value on what truly matters. We have just come out and are still in what I call the 3 C's: COVID, climate, and conflict. If we look at Afghanistan and so many other countries around us, the only way to come out is to think about what do we mean when we talk about the 3 Ps: people, planet, and prosperity. What does innovation mean if we truly shift it to service those 3? Do these technologies that we've talked about truly do that? What we're trying to do now in the 50th anniversary of the Club of Rome next year, 50 years, guys. Okay, think about it. Much of what actually was already modeled 50 years ago, the business as usual pathway, has come to fruition. The predictions, which were pretty much that we would have a series of tipping points, both social and environmental, have happened. If we rethink those and we think about 5 key turnarounds, which is what we are modeling now, called the Earth for All project, and bring in, yes, the food and the technology information and innovation within food, but also policy innovation, economic innovation, new taxation structures, ways to get rid of perversities in the market, because we always talk about new capital and new innovation, but what about just shifting some of the perversities that we see every day? Start to subsidize what truly matters and shifts people's lives and livelihoods, rather than continue to only subsidize for a few. Then we look at the energy system, because absolutely the energy system has to shift. And many of the solutions that we are going to hear in the Innovation Hub are fundamental. But tied to the two key turnarounds that I've just said are equity, poverty, and family, which actually is demographics. And the importance of demographics is not only population growth, and I put my hand up knowing full well that many people thought that the limits to growth was all about doomsday scenarios and the fact that we had to stop people from having babies. The issue now is no longer just about population growth. It's about population degrowth in certain areas, or longevity, and the fact that we have many more senior, older people in certain parts of the world, and then population growth in others. If we don't look at those three turnarounds that actually will probably foster the greatest social tipping points if we don't solve them, before we even solve the energy and the food and all the other technology innovation that we actually have, then we will not actually stop the greatest existential risk to society. We can emerge from emergency. And Donella Meadows, who was the mother of systems thinking, said, "We have too much bad news to be complacent, but we have too much good news to justify despair." So yes, we can do it, but we will never do it if we only innovate in the area of sectoral or technology innovation without thinking of key governance innovation, economic innovation, and also financial innovation. Thank you.
Hello. Okay, this is getting harder and harder as we come down the line. So it's first of all, thank you to the UNFCCC for the invitation. Please give our best wishes to Patricia. And you know, following a long line of friends and colleagues. So my name is Rachel Kite. I am Dean of the Fletcher School at Tufts University, co-chair of the Voluntary Carbon Markets Integrity Initiative, and various other things. And I think the most useful contribution I can make is just to think about where we are today, where we've come from, and where we need to go to. Because you know, the media is having a really hard time telling the story of this COP, right? You know, is it a win? Is it a lose? Is it good? Is it bad? And of course, it's all of the above, right? So I think it's very hard to imagine in 2015 where if you sat in an innovation conversation, there was a lot going on, and it was a lot of it was very exciting, and a lot of it was rooted very much in the developed markets, and mission innovation had just been announced, and we were going to have more collaboration, but it was very much sort of over there, being done by some people, and it was supposed to trickle down. It was also very much focused on sort of, quote unquote, the low-hanging fruit, so modern renewables into electricity systems, things like that. We honestly thought that the hard-to-abate guys on this panel were that was going to be 10 years out. Well, here we are, 5-6 years later, and we have measurable, plausible, fundable transition pathways for every sector of our economy, with extraordinary innovation coming out of the private sector, basically off their own balance sheet, because they've understood that net zero is an imperative by 2050. And we can argue about some of the net zero commitments and how squidgy they are at the edges. And we can get a little worried that maybe there's a little bit of hyperinflation in some of the net zero. But a lot of it is very real. That innovation is there. And we're also seeing extraordinary innovation from the bottom up, which doesn't get as much attention. You know, but the company that can build a vaccine solar cold storage unit that runs on off-grid solar that can turn the ice turn the ice into energy so that you can keep it cool day and night, and therefore shorten the cold chain and provide vaccines to poor people in rural areas. That is as transformative as the ability to swap out bunker fuels in 4 ports and get to 5% of marine shipping fuels with Marco's green hydrogen by 2030. Now, here we are in a COP. So on the Monday morning after COP, what we've got to be able to do is knit together this bottom-up innovation, which is actually starved of funding. And this is true creativity, because this innovation is coming with almost no investment whatsoever. Knit that together with all of the huge financial announcements that are going to be made today, tomorrow, where we're seeing really important new money coming to the table, a lot of it philanthropic, but some of it private and some of it public. That's got to be stitched together. And then that's got to be stitched together with the top-down innovation that is coming from the big players. And that requires policy. So here we have 190-odd countries, all with an NDC, some good enough, some woefully inadequate, some more or less okay. But each one of those is going to have to find a way to bring innovation into the economy quicker, fund that innovation from the public purse. It's called taxes. We never talk about taxes at COP, but I mean, really we should. But also then talk about innovation strategies and policies that work. At the Climate Policy Lab at Fletcher, we do a lot of work on which innovation policies get you the biggest bang for the buck, not just in the countries who know how to do it, the Silicon Valleys of this world, but in other countries as well. And then really, I think the big disconnect is with the politicians who don't have the confidence of John, don't have the confidence of Jules, and nor of my other 2 private sector colleagues, nor have the sort of commitment to justice of Sandrine. And I think it's difficult to get the political class that we need for the science that we have at the moment. So we need a political class that is prepared to back what we can see. We can now see around the corners. The policy, therefore, has to be a policy that puts guardrails on integrity, that when you say something, you actually mean it, has to provide guardrails for justice. One policy over another can get you decarbonisation, but it can get you in a more just way than a less just way. And the policy has to be according to the time span that we need to see these things happen. Policy is also very important in terms of financial innovation. We, again, have learnt a lot in the last 20 to 30 years about how to make financial markets work for and produce the financial products for people on very low income to be able to participate in the economy, to be able to be productive. And we have to take some of those lessons and bring it into the climate fight. So, huge reasons to be quite confident at this moment that we can bend the curve faster than you would think if you looked at everybody's NDCs. Quite confident that we should be able to connect the finance to the innovation, even in the most vulnerable of countries, because we've done it before on other things. Quite confident in our ability to be able to sell this to politicians, but absolutely ruthless in the discipline it's going to take to get ourselves the policy plans that accompany the NDCs. And that's a new form of partnership, but I'm sure that of the 20,000 or so people who tried to get in the building today, there's enough of us to be able to do it. Thank you.
Do you hear me? Yeah. So hello everyone, and also from my side, thank you for the invitation and listening to all of you. Great opportunity. My name is Martin Lundstedt. I'm the president and CEO of the Volvo Group. And just for everyone's understanding, there are 2 Volvos. One Volvo doing passenger cars. Our siblings got listed on last Friday in Sweden again, so that was a big day. And we are the Volvo Group, so we are into heavy transportation. It's trucks, construction equipment, buses, also propulsion systems through Volvo Penta, etc. And I have to say, listening to all of you, I have a fantastic job, obviously, because we have the chance to do a lot of changes. And we are doing a lot of changes. And also, I have in a way, the luck also being grown up in a country where actually we have pretty deep social democratic roots, actually. And why is that important? Because first and foremost, it has been proven to be a pretty good system when it comes to innovation. But more importantly, that has been driving also, for two reasons, I should say, because it's only 10 million guys, hanging up there somewhere in the Nordics. And therefore, we are very dependent on import and export specialization in the long run. Because we don't have the home market to have everything, so specialization has been key. And that has also required an understanding between the companies, society, but also the unions to actually drive a system where change and embrace structural change is absolutely needed, because otherwise you will not be competitive for real, whatever competitiveness means. And I'm all with you also there, that competitive means, in my book at least now, and I see it more and more clearly, of course, environmentally, economically, socially, and ethically competitive in the long run. So coming back then to my sector and what we are doing, I mean, heavy transports and public transports, etc., construction equipment, it's transport logistics, it is infrastructural development, very tightly linked to the prosperity metrics as we knew them, we still know them. GDP per capita is tightly linked to the maturity levels of logistical systems, both public transport and also logistics of goods, since that is a key driver. What we also know is that transportation, whether we like it or not, will increase. And it will increase pretty rapidly, actually. There are so many megatrends in that direction. Of course, the middle class development, which is a good thing, not at least in the emerging and developing parts of our planet, but also, I mean, trends like e-commerce, that is a pretty big effect on transportation. That is something that we need to address, obviously. So it needs to be considerably more sustainable in order to succeed. And the good news is that that has started. What is good for us as the Volvo Group and our peers in the industry is obviously that what is our scope 3, that is by far the biggest for us, is, I mean, the products in use, 92-93% of our scope, obviously. That is scope 3 upstreams for our customers and customers, or even scope 1 and scope 2. So that is in a very positive way, because everyone is sitting there, rightly so, and looking at their abatement curves, right? And so that is bringing us together as teams pretty quickly, because if we want to fix our problem, someone else, we need to work with others that have the same problem, because it's just, I mean, two sides of the coin, right? And that is happening very quickly now. We are also in the heavy-duty sector in serial production now, ramping up when it comes to battery electric for many of the sectors. And that will be actually a S-curve type of transformation for segment by segment and geography by geography. So it's not like, you know, a step incremental type of change. For distribution, for waste collection, for ports, terminals, quarries, mines, etc., it will be an S-curve, because the TCO and the life cycle profitability will go so quick, actually. It makes sense. But you need really to have a system view where you are addressing the energy system that Marco was talking about. We formed a joint venture with the number 1 in the world on heavy-duty transports, Daimler Truck, and we are the number 2 in the world, just in order to scale it, actually, the fuel cell stacks. That will be a commodity, rightly so. We will have an open system, but we need to take responsibility of scaling it quicker. We formed a joint venture, Cellcentric, fantastic set of people. We spent time on governance to keep that on arm's length, so we will not kill them with the bear hug from two big corporates, right? No, but that's true, because it's so easy to destroy. We have great innovation. We have fantastic IP, open IP. We will create an open IP, because we want everyone to join that. And we need that, by the way, also for Marco's system, because the fuel cell stack will also be for stationary power. So battery, fuel cell, and now we are also doing the same chicken and egg that was referred to here. We are a little bit tired of waiting for the charging infrastructure on heavy duty. So we have formed a joint venture with 2 other players, Daimler again, with the Volkswagen Group through Traton to form the pan-European charging infrastructure, where we already now see fantastic interest in joining. Capital is not a problem if we have the right ideas of really transforming. And the whole idea here is that sustainability efficiencies must be also peer-to-peer from time to time. That is the aviation example, because otherwise we will continue just to innovate on the brown platform and not move it up to the green platform where competition can continue. But I always say if we don't address that problem with antitrust legislations, that we need actually to have the guts to move up to the green platform. The antitrust rules will not have any meaning since we don't have a planet anymore. So we are looking forward. If you want to join the coolest sector in the world, where we can make a tangible change, then you should be into our sector. I would love to stay, but actually also, as Rachel said, we have 3 weeks ago just revealed the first fossil-free steel hauler in the world, together with SSAB and Vattenfall, and we have a debate over there that I promised to come to in 10 seconds. So I would love to continue to talk to you, but I'm all in with everyone here, and we will make the change happen. Thank you.
Yeah, well, so why do we innovate? Why? You're all like, she's asking us a question? Okay, well, so we innovate because we have needs, right? Humans have a lot of needs. I would say actually a lot of desires. And we use those desires to transform our world, to meet our very human condition. And in that process, we destroy the systems that sustain us. And then we all come to a COP and apparently can solve that together. So I'm actually a designer and a sociologist. And I believe that design is the underlying force that drives the world and is the root cause of our problems and the opportunity that we have to actually redesign everything so that we can address not only meeting our needs as humans, but to also do that in a regenerative way, giving back more than we take. And it's a long challenge. It's not like we can all wake up tomorrow and suddenly we've redesigned everything, but it's certainly one that addresses the majority of the issues that we're discussing, because we can stand here at COP and talk about carbon reduction strategies and taxation, all for POV and taxation systems, everybody. We can just tax the bads and not tax the goods. But we live in a designed world. In fact, you are all wearing designed products. Not designer, probably, but designed. And we are driving the designed world through our consumption choices. In fact, the biggest problem we face is addressing overconsumption, which drives waste, which ultimately means we go back to nature and we plunder it over and over again to fix the problems that our human desires have created. So we're here talking about systems. And for me, this is the most important thing. The whole systems perspective on climate change is about understanding, first and foremost, humans don't value nature. Our economy doesn't value nature. And therefore, because we don't value it, we continue to exploit it for our own benefit. And then we create a system that is based entirely on waste that then drives the incentive for the continual exploitation of nature, right? And the driving force of that is desire for us to have sexy, cool, convenient, comfortable, disposable, immediate things. So unless we fix design and consumption, then it doesn't matter how much emission reduction we do, because ultimately carbon and methane and all of the carbon emitting gases are embedded, they're embodied in everything we create. So I believe that one of the best solutions for us is to redesign everything. Simple task. And to do that, we need to start by designing products and services to be circular, as we've discussed. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the circular economy. But we also need to figure out entirely new ways of valuing functionality. Because, okay, I'm talking about desire, but really you go and buy that delightful sweater or shirt or whatever you want to call it, whichever country you're from, because you have the functional need of, you know, looking presentable and preferably warm. And we have this chair purchased for the functional need of sitting. Everything that's created is created for a functional need. And we can reimagine the delivery of functionality in the economy without continuing to plunder resources if we redesign the system so that waste is not the incentive, which is currently the incentive of our global economy, which we know about because of GDP. So whilst there are many things we need to fix, I want to challenge you all to think, when you think about innovation, innovation is the transformation of human desires through material goods into physical things that drive the economy. Does that all make sense now? Are we good? We're on the same page? So what do we need to change? Well, yes, mental models are definitely the underlying force that drives the consumer issues, but I think we need to change the way we value nature and the way we value things that come from nature, which is everything. And if we start to value things not only in our economic system, but in our own cultures, communities, and minds, then we change our relationship with material goods. So whilst you're all thinking about carbon emissions are embedded in your airplane ride or your electricity, it's embedded in absolutely every single thing you interact with every single second of your day. It's the food you eat, it's the glasses you wear, it's the websites you go to because the internet is physical. And so for sure, we need to address our energy system and our transportation system. But if we just do that and we don't design our entire economy, a material economy, to be in some way revaluing natural materials and making sure that we are actually managing them, so the old idea of extended producer responsibility, for all the nerds in the room, which is the idea that a producer is responsible for their goods when they create it, versus the orphans of technology, the orphans of plastic water bottles. Because right now our economy is incentivized to create waste. And as long as we continue to do that, then it doesn't matter how much we iterate at the edges, we won't solve the world's problems. So I hope I've left you with some food for thought, and hopefully we can start to work on challenging those mental models of devaluing nature and everything else. Thank you.
Joan Michelson, Forbes, and Electric Ladies podcast for all the women in the room. Rachel's been on my show in the past. She's great. So this is all terrific, and I worship at the temple that you do. But we can't even get an infrastructure bill with $555 billion passed through Congress. So my question is, and yes, we need to redesign our choices and our economy, and we are driving it, and John, you have funded many of the companies that have driven our changes. But how do we, to Rachel's point, how do we get the policies and the policy makers to get with the program? Because they're not the ones of the 25,000 people at COP26 today. They haven't drunk the Kool-Aid, okay? I mean, Joe Manchin lives in coal country and gets personal wealth from coal country. So all of this is great, kumbaya, but, you know, so A, how do we get them to do it? And B, is the solution that the private sector take on more of a role in infrastructure so that we can actually get this problem solved? I know, RMI is all after this, you and Amory.
I'm dying to respond because RMI may be an American organization, but I'm Dutch. And the problem that you described is absolutely real, right? Dysfunction in the United States political system around this issue is absolutely massive. And there are a couple more countries, Australia comes to mind. But there are other places where people have now figured it out. This is, as you were saying, the greatest opportunity to build a new economy that we've seen in the last 100 years. And yes, we need to do that in consideration of the planetary boundaries, but massive, massive businesses are going to be built. Enormous wealth is going to be created by the companies that get on with it. And the United States may be focused on the wrong thing. I spent my first summer job at the end of high school in a typewriter factory, Remington. That factory does no longer exist. If the Netherlands had backed Remington typewriters with all its might, it would still not have mattered because personal computing took over. Joe Manchin is going to be out of business. There is no question about it. Because all around the world, wind and solar are now the most cost-effective ways of power generation. And in fact, our analysis shows that in a couple of years, 75% of coal-fired power plants can be shut down and replaced with new wind, solar, battery storage and demand response. And you can, on top of that, pay for a just transition and reduce rates. So the economic momentum behind this transition is absolutely unrelenting. Electric vehicles will be cheaper in a couple of years than internal combustion engines. Up front, not total cost of ownership, up front you'll be better off buying an electric car, and on top of that you get the mileage almost for free. And along the same lines, as Marco was saying, by the middle of this decade, hydrogen will compete with natural gas. So in my view, the private sector is going to take over. And I think we will look back at COP26 as the moment that we laughed at those politicians throwing pennies in the Trevi fountain. And we looked, hopefully, at financial institutions and businesses and civil society leaders and say, that's when they took over and they got on with the job.
Hi. So I'm gonna speak. I have to go over to the German pavilion. So, and also I think John is one of the ones on the panel who's not only said it but done it. So I think at some point it'd be good to hear from you, sir. But so accepting that I think that we are at a tipping point, and that that there is a real risk in not, as at a country level, there is a real risk for a developed country to not be embracing this more quickly. This is a transition, and we know a lot about transition economics as well. We know that some people will get dislocated, right? Some people are in the short run not going to be easily able to surf the transition, which means that you use resources, funds, to make them available so that those people can move their way through the transition, which means that social safety nets, municipal finance, all of those things which pay for services which people experience on a daily basis, which they are afraid are going to be more expensive or out of reach because that's what they get told and because they're not sure of it, that we have to use the funds available to be able to make sure that those things happen while all of these new products and services are coming online and while all of this, the green hydrogen economy in Massachusetts is being built, right? So you can't expect people to just believe you or to, have a hope and a prayer. You have to have the programs in place, put the cash in their pocket so that they can buy the new heat pump up front. Now, that's what we use public money for. That's why we need the politicians that we need. Now, you can do that in forms of public-private partnership that we've done before, which we can do again. So again, it's not that the money isn't there. It isn't that we can't do it. We know that the offshore wind industry, as it comes into the northeast of the United States, can't get access to the talent that it needs to work in that industry. So together with the private sector, we can pay for kids to go to vocational high schools and in through community colleges and into four-year universities. But it's about decisions about where we put our public money. And before everybody says that we don't have that money, remember that the IMF has told us that we are using $11 million a minute to subsidize fossil fuels. So that's where the pressure has to come from, because that is a bad decision, not only in terms of electoral politics as young people protest. It's a bad decision because it means that you can't fund the transition. It's a bad decision because it slows down your ability to invest in the green and be on the upside of the transition. So this is about being on the back end of the transition versus being on the front end of the transition. And if you're on the front end, you're going to do better. then we should get into a conversation about technology transfer to developing countries. 80% of the technologies that they need for their NDCs are already available, but that transfer doesn't happen, which means that we'd have to get into a whole session about the financial sector, and I have to leave. But this is all doable if you start breaking it down and start looking at how the public purse supports innovation, but then the policies around making sure that societies and groups within society can benefit from this. And it means an upfront investment. One of the mistakes we may have made, and Lord Stern talks about this, is framing, as he did in 2006, 2007, that the idea that the cost of inaction was higher than the cost of action. It's, of course, correct, but many within society and the media have got hold of that in the wrong way. So now we try to talk about the fact that it's cheaper and better to invest in John's to-do list or in other to-do lists that exist. But somehow we've got into a question around costs. But we're not talking about the prices to human health, the prices to nature, the prices to our existence if we don't do it. So we've got to change that narrative.
Oh, it's okay. I've been with her all weekend. It's true. We were just at a retreat together. I know. Well, if you contaminate me, you contaminate me again. I just wanted to build on that because, again, we have to figure out who's that just transition for. And that's where your point is so well taken. Because we earmarked the European recovery funds for climate and, to a certain degree, nature. And what happened? Most of the funding at the member state level is going to infrastructure projects, energy that already actually were in the pipeline. There is no new real innovation. Nature probably got about 2% of the funding, if anything. Design? Really? No one even really knows what it is. Research and innovation? Almost nothing. But what I think is very important in your question is that even when you have, and Jules is right, the discussion and the dialogue at the European level is completely different. We have the European Green Deal, and it's not only a Green Deal, it's a social deal. And there are a variety of ways in which the von der Leyen Commission is trying to fully implement that through its policy. What happens? 2 years of undertaking a taxonomy discussion, for example, where we did all the right things, brought all the stakeholders together, put the criteria that was necessary on what green actually was, goes back to the member states. It gets completely politicized. Everyone's holding on to their sovereign energy needs, gas, nuclear, etc., and we don't move. So the key question is, how do we unpack those tensions? How do we then dig deep into ensuring that von der Leyen is not caught with her pants down or her skirt down so that we truly can do it together, get Poland on board, get some of the others on board. And this is where I think Sharon Burrow's work is so important at the international, at ILUC. No, not ILUC, what am I saying? I took the International Trade Union Confederation, because what she says, and she goes down into the trenches and works with coal workers, et cetera, and says very clearly to them, there are no jobs on a dead planet. So social equity is your equity. This is your just transition. That technology shift that Jules talked about, I'm less engaged in this is going to create a lot of wealth for certain people, and more, this is going to create jobs and a new type of growth for communities that have also been totally disenfranchised, and that now we can actually bring into the social fiber and empower them. And that's the same outside of Western Europe and also the United States. How can we empower most of the world? Because guys and gals, it's most of the world now. We are the other part of the world. And the way to do that is not just technology transfer. It's enabling them to come up with their solutions. It's giving them the empowerment so that they can actually really reinvent, redesign, and innovate much better than we ever did.
Your question specifically dealt with an infrastructure bill in the U.S. with a 50-50 divided Senate. And the question is the U.S. certainly, but also how do we get the authorities in the other regions of the world to get in the right place? And what I want to say about this is my favorite chapter in this book is chapter 8. And that talks about turning movements into action. It begins with the story of Greta, who in 2019 was one student sitting out school on Fridays, and a year later had organized a global movement turning out 4 million youth all across the globe and making climate in Europe, I'm not just talking demonstrations, but action, a number 2 voting issue, which it was not until she took her action. Now, climate is nowhere near being a top 2 voting issue in the US. And in China, they don't even have elections, okay? But public sentiment counts. So the key result that matters here is to make the climate crisis a top 2 issue in the top 20 emitting countries by 2025. And that is one of our great opportunities for hope, for progress, for establishing the kind of conditions that you want so that the economic systems prevail and deliver returns not just on profits, but on the carbon emissions, which regulatory authority and investors are insisting be measures for our businesses, the 80% of the sources of all the emissions on the planet. In the US, we have to watch out for the voting rules. You're exactly right. And one more Senate seat in the Democratic ledger, one more Senate seat would have meant that Senator Manchin wouldn't have the sway that he does in these debates. But my belief is you work with the president, you work with the government that you've got, you go for the gigatons, you go for the biggest, largest policy changes, and we can do that.
Can I just add, it's also not making long-term planning a one-state political policy rule, right? It's long-term planning becomes depoliticized. For the moment, it is politicized, and we think of one country.
Can you hear me through the mask? Great. I've got a question, and I'm so glad you touched on Greta, because I feel that there's no recognition on the panel so far, I may have missed some, about the fact that you're not sitting here on your own, you're sitting with Greta and her peers. And actually, Greta and her peers are going to run the country. You touched on redesigning things. And I believe that one of the things that you talked about as businesses and the role of businesses, they have been set so far in this idea of the limited liability company, which actually in reality is more like a zero liability company, because the number of people who walk away from their liabilities with their pensions, with all their little directorate connections is amazing. Is it not time for us to redesign our liabilities in the light of Greta and her peers running the world, because we are accountable to them, and they may decide to make all their legislation retrospective, because we knew about climate change before 1992, but let's use that date.
I promise I'm safe, but let's clean it off. Because I didn't spend the week on that.
Oh, look at that. Very Hello. Yeah, I think the thing about younger generations, obviously I'm of a slightly younger generation than my panel peers, just I think. I don't want to make any judgments. I think the thing that's important is that this is about accumulated power and wealth. We know that once you get power, it's very hard to let go of it. And so whilst younger people will eventually get to a position of power, the process of transferring it is the problem. And this is what we're facing right now, because all these people making the decisions today are the ones who got us into the mess to begin with. And so you're letting them trying to, that's like getting the fox in there and them redesigning the chicken coop. They're going to redesign the chicken coop for themselves. And I think that part of the issue that we have with younger generations is that I think it's very irresponsible for us adults who have some power to assume that they'll take over and do anything different because they will be socialized into the system that we created for them. And I know that it's very hard to disrupt the status quo because I've been doing that for 20 years and it's pretty complicated, A, being a female and being younger. And I work with some of the world's biggest companies and organizations to help them transform to the circular economy. And I'm forever being asked to help their middle management see the value in this. The CEOs, they put in beautiful goals, 100% recyclable, 100% this. And then the company of the same mindset that got them to a lot of wealth through extraction and exploitation. Like I cannot even tell you some of the things that I've been witness to in meetings. Like, oh, the little hands make them. Ooh. You're like, no, you didn't just say that out loud, did you? Because this is the status quo. And that's the same when it comes to younger people too. As long as we don't start to transform, because power is the responsibility to do not only what is right, but when you get the knowledge and information that gives you what we call the agency to make change, you should. And so it's problematic when you don't have a lot of Indigenous people, you don't have a lot of young people actually at the tables doing the backroom negotiations because they're the ones with their pockets lined with coal. I'm from Australia. Our country's run on coal money. So, you know, we all know what's going on right now there. So I completely agree with you. And I think, though, that this is a conversation about power and agency and the just transition of power. So I don't know if I answered your question. I just went on a rant about that. But anyone else want to contribute? You might want to get it sprayed.
I would just add that companies are where the solution is, and the technology we said is there. Companies need to create new models of partnership, peer-to-peer, work together, be more open. The word company comes from kum panis, people who want to eat bread together. That's where the word comes from. And so we need to go back to that sense of purpose. I think it's happening not only because of climate, it's happening because of the broader ESG movement. So companies are becoming more and more a force for the good. Companies, I think, will succeed in America. We will open an office. We've opened an office in New York because just think about what happened with shale gas. No policy there. I invested in shale gas at the beginning. Prices were at $15 per million BTU. They went all the way down to 3. So if I were to put my bet, I would bet in Texas all the time for wind and solar, a lot of infrastructure, a lot of talent, a lot of entrepreneurial drive. So companies are gonna make it happen for business reasons. Now, the young generation is going to make it happen in places that we can't think of. I was in Riyadh last week. They've committed finally to net zero, which is a massive breakthrough. And the minister in a panel like this sitting next to me, when he sent the email to confirm his net zero commitment, he said 70% of his population is below 35. So he has no choice. The consensus there is important, like it is in China, like we discussed. So we don't just need to think about the difference between developed countries and developing countries. There's a lot of middle classes in developing countries that can begin to afford net zero products. So we need to shift, and I'm sorry you arrived after I said this, but to get the value of the carbon in there, we need to really get consumers, and the younger generation can help, to think about their own purchasing power and get CO2 labels on every product. The cost of making green steel is much more expensive than making black steel. But when you buy a car, the difference between a car that's entirely green, sourced with green steel, is just 1% of the price of a car. And the same for the price of a phone, the same for a hotel stay, the same for the price of a plane ticket. So we need to get CO2 down from the gigatons into the pounds, into the wallets and habits of consumers, wherever they are, because there's a lot of people buying electric cars in China without any subsidies.
We can do this, and our businesses can do this. And I don't see how we do this without getting our businesses to do it. But they respond to regulation, they respond to employee pressure, they respond to customers and customer demands. And so we should take all 3 of those forces and in a measurable, accountable way, cause this change to happen. In doing the research for this book, I was really struck by the pressure that investors are bringing right now on companies. The Net Zero Investing Alliance has 220 signatories committed to driving their investments in portfolios to net zero. That's $57 trillion of assets. And the fiduciaries, you are going to respond to those pressures. The SEC is requiring that companies post and account for their carbon emissions. So the measure is not just profitability, it's also their performance against these great environmental goals. I'll tell you one of the things that impressed me the most, beyond Greta in doing the research for this book, was the conversation I had with Doug McMillan, who chaired the Business Roundtable when they decided the purpose of a corporation is more than its shareholders. That was an earth-shaking change. But he has committed Walmart, a Fortune 1 global company, the biggest company on the planet, to net zero by 2040. He's committed that fully 50 million acres of land and 1 million square miles of ocean are going to be protected by 2030. He's determined that Walmart become the first regenerative company at scale on the planet. This would not, with no subsidies, with no government handouts, with no incentives, because he knows it's right for his customers, it's right for his communities. He's got that big view. So does Amazon, so does Google, so does Microsoft, so do many, IKEA, many other fine companies. I think we can find great hope. We need great hope in the combination of the Gretas and the Doug McMillans, because I want to leave you with this thought amidst all the happy talk. If the current pledges from Paris are enacted into policy, which I don't think is likely, the projected emission reductions in 2030 will be 7%. They need to be 50% for us to have a fighting chance to have them in 2040 and get them to zero in 2050. So by any measure, the headline is, what we are doing today is not enough. It is not nearly enough. And we're going to need all the forces, all hands on deck. The capitalists, the activists, the innovators, the administrators, the cautious policymakers, the designers.
Thank you. Because they do actually really do design the world. Really, truly.
But it is true, but we cannot rely just on design, because if we do, we'll not make it by 2030. There's not time between now and 2030 to redesign all the human activities that must change to get to a 50% reduction. That's 7% a year, every year compounded for the next 9 years. We have never reduced carbon emissions on this planet by 7% in any single year. Show of hands, how many people here think we'll get 7% next year? I'll report to the audience, no one raised their hands. We are fast running out of time.
And I'm going to build on that for a moment, John. In order to achieve that 7%, we need to replace the capital stock of our economy at that sort of rate. What does that really mean? How many people here still drive an internal combustion engine car? Be honest with me. I see a few hands. I see your hand. That car is most likely still on the road 10 years from now. Because when you sell that car in the second-hand market, it has an ongoing life, right? And my dear friend Rebecca Collier here at the front knows even better than I do the installed life of coal-fired power plants. When you build one, they have a tendency to stick around for 50 years. In order to achieve that 7% that John was talking about, we need to replace 7% of the capital asset stock of our economy. Cars, power plants, steel mills, you name it. And the only mechanism that we know to do that capital formation, to make those investments happen, is businesses. We don't know any other way to do that. And yes, businesses need to be a force for good. And I agree with you, it is incredibly encouraging that the Business Roundtable in the US came to its senses and said, we're running these companies for all stakeholders, not just for shareholders. But we're still going to need these companies to do it. There's nothing else that we know that can make that capital formation happen.
Do I take this? Okay.
So not only do we need businesses to be a force for good, we need business to truly innovate and design differently with a totally different premise. And I agree, purposeful business is starting to go in the right direction. ESG over the last 2 years has tripled in terms of funds. And The one missing link that we haven't talked about is actually that well-being economies, by the way, Scotland is one, those that are actually implementing donut economies, and also those that have actually invested in ESG businesses have been more resilient to the crisis. And this is not because they made profits, which they did, by the way, but because they shifted their value chains to look at social, environmental, and governance principles. So I just want to have a few key, because I am an optimist, and I agree, technology will get us quite far, but it will not do what Jane Goodall asked us to do. She clearly said, we are the most intelligent species, but we're not the wisest. And if we continue to reinvent or invent in the same economic financial structures that we have today, which are short-term driven, based on profit making, and not actually looking at designing the social contract that is fully necessary, the equity contract, and thinking through our dependencies on certain resources that, by the way, are not here, but elsewhere, relationships that we have developed over many, many, many years, dependencies that we have created, then we are truly not going to go further than we should be going, which is to stop this greatest existential risk. So my call to everyone is, yes, technology is part of the solution. Yes, companies are part of the solution, but they're only a part, because if we don't totally shift our mindset and place a value and think about capitalism as natural capital, human capital, and financial capital, only servicing people, planet, and prosperity, we're not going to get out of this mess.
So, thank you very much. What a wonderful panel. I enjoy the interaction among you. It was really wonderful. I would like to thank you very much. We heard a lot of things that are completely aligned with the vision of the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub. Starting from, yes, we are smart and can solve a problem, but we need to be wise and able to avoid problem. I have made this quote from Albert Einstein this morning, but I think it's completely relevant to our discussion. I heard about the need to have transformative change, system change. I heard about moonshot thinking, and also I heard about the need to act now for longer-term benefit and to have a holistic approach and to redesign where it is needed. So all these things resonate with the vision of the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub. Now I would like just to share with you some next steps. Very happy to have you here, and we thank you for that. But it's very likely that I will come back and contact you again, because we will need to have advisory committee for this UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub. We will need to have steering committee, and we will be very honored to have thought leaders being part of this journey. So thank you again for your contribution.